Hallo. Guten Abend und hallo. Heute geht's weiter mit Danganronpa. Wuhu. Sehr lange nicht gespielt. Ich meine, letztes Jahr war das letzte Mal. Und ich hoffe, dass ich mich direkt reinfinde. Es kann sein, dass es ein bisschen laut wird hier. Ich habe anscheinend keinen Push-Talk an. Egal, das wird schon funktionieren. Wird schon. Code Game. Trial Preparation. Oh nein. Ey. Oh nein. Ich habe gedacht, das ist ein guter Absprung vor dem Trial. Und ich habe keine Ahnung mehr, worum es da geht. Aber hey, gucken wir mal. Ich glaube, ich hatte keine Skills. Oh, doch. Cheatcode. Cheatcode nehme ich. Sonst habe ich keine Skills. Das ist in Ordnung. Bestimmt. Kriege ich hin. Open E-Handbook. Truth Bullets. Was haben wir denn da? Monokuma-File. Oh, das war der Tod mit Mahiro. Koizumi-san. Footprints, Metal Bed, Trash Can. Ja, so grob erinnere ich mich daran. Ja. Oh Mann. Nicht, das war mit Mahiro? Dachte ich wäre schon weiter. Ich bin ein bisschen überfordert, weil ich habe echt gedacht, dass ich schon weiter wäre. Guck mal. In den anderen kann ich gar nicht mehr zurück. Das ist ein bisschen doof. Kann ich wirklich nicht mehr? Ich möchte zurück. Ja.
Now then, let's begin with a simple explanation of the class trial.
Ich meine, ich war schon ein Stück weiter. Ich möchte zurück zu den zum Ladebildschirm. Ach Mist. Jetzt kann ich das nicht mehr, ne? Vielleicht kann ich das ja überspringen oder
During
so.
the class trial, you will present your arguments for who it.
Genau. Oh, Dani. Bin mir nicht sicher, aber ich meine, da waren wir schon. Kann ich hier nicht weg? So, egal, hier. Oder ich sterbe jetzt. Ganz schnell. Ja, vielleicht Mahiro, vielleicht auch nicht. Mikan bestimmt.
Girl A is probably Mika.
Yes.
That timid tone. That's definitely based on the list of names in the staff.
Ja, ich weiß, Girl D. Girl. Wie? Echt jetzt? Ich wollte aber falsch machen. Egal. Es war bestimmt Mahiro. Nein. Oh nein. Es war bestimmt Uyohiko. Auch nicht. Dann war das Makiro. Monokuma. Oh Mann.
I see. Yeah.
Können wir jetzt bitte damit aufhören?
I see.
I see.
Aren't you guys?
Hey man. Ja. Ja, Little
I can
Sister
prove it
jetzt.
with this.
Cool.
But I see.
Hi Lu. Was geht? Ich bin hier ein bisschen am struggeln. Ich weiß nicht mehr, wo ich aufgehört habe und möchte hier schnell raus. Neu starten.
I see.
Echt jetzt? Dann wirklich das auf die erste Stelle gestellt.
Look, I made a map of.
Ja, ich weiß.
Then
Kann ich denn nicht jetzt raus? Lasst mich raus! Ach, Controls. Vielleicht bei Nee. Vielleicht ein E? Ach, nö. Wisst ihr was? Ich starte einfach das Spiel neu. Ich habe keinen Bock. Du hast doch ein Anime zu Ende geguckt. Warte, du, ich dachte, du guckst kein Anime. Aber darf ich raten, was für ein Anime du geguckt hast? Während ich hier neu starte. Mann, ich wollte es sagen. Ich wollte es doch erraten. Ich wusste, dass du Steingate geguckt hast. Ich habe in dein, ich habe dein Tütürü gesehen. Und hab mir schon ein bisschen überlegt, das zu schicken. Tütürü Compilation von YouTube. Ich gucke immer gerne deine Status-Nachrichten. Und, vor allen Dingen, da du sie immer änderst, gucke ich sie immer total gerne an. Guck mal, sogar Thunder ist es aufgefallen, dass du Statusnachrichten änderst. Und das Tütürü. Hi Papst! Es ist richtig mit dem schwarzen Bildschirm. Ich musste neu starten, ganz schnell. Ich war mir nämlich nicht sicher, mit dem Laden. Load Game. Ja, genau. Genau, wir sind doch schon in Chapter 3 mindestens. Aber die Frage ist... Genau. 23.12. wird nicht so... Was? Was? Nein, das? Junge, irritier mich nicht. Ja, ich habe sogar 26.12. gespielt. Wow, ich habe an Weihnachten gespielt. Und gestreamt. Deswegen hatte ich die Weihnachtsmesse. Ich guck mal, was die Leute sich hier... Ich habe so viele Memes gesehen, ja. Als ob die jemand liest. Ich lese die. Und zwar... Ja. Ich dachte, Lu, dass du keine Animes guckst, weil du immer gesagt hast, Anime sind kacke, gucke ich nicht, interessiere mich nicht dafür. Oder war das falsch? Und, oder. Heieiei. Es wird heute was. Jetzt wirklich, ne? Ich hatte bestimmt 2 Stunden Schlaf heute Nacht. Ich bin übermüdet. Ich werde so verkacken. Und mein Kreislauf. Ah, egal. Wir spielen jetzt. Sind ja auch, aber Steingate nicht. Finde ich auch. Steingate ist ein richtig guter Anime. Und wenn dir Steins-Gate gefällt, könnte ich dir ja noch Chaos-Head empfehlen. Also es ist auch so ein bisschen Science, aber nicht so wie Steins-Gate. Das ist ein bisschen Brainfuck. Und, ja, ist von den gleichen Machern wie Steins Gate. Ich glaube, Chaos hat, genau, Steins Gate und Chaos Head sind ja beides auch Visual Novels. Und Steins Gate ist als Visual Novel heftiger als der Anime. Das ist so übel. Das ist so übel. Das hat mich verfolgt. Tagelang. Ja klar ist Steins Gate richtig brainfuck. Aber hast du auch Steins Gate Zero geguckt? Und den Film gibt's ja auch noch. Jetzt mache ich Continue. Und kann ja nebenbei mit euch quatschen. Stimmt. Noch nicht? Okay, dann spoil ich nicht. Spoil eh nicht. Alle sterben. Halt falsch, das ist ja dieses Spiel. Genau, Steins Gate Zero ist eine alternative Zeitlinie. Apropos alternative Zeitlinie. Ich hatte tatsächlich überlegt, wenn ich dann Danganronpa durch habe, möchte ich Zero Escape spielen. Und das sind... Also wenn dir wirklich das gefällt, dann müsste dir eigentlich Zero Escape und Zero Time Dilemma auch gefallen. Und Zero Escape, Virtual Last Reward oder so. Sind richtig geile Spiele, die gehen auch in diese Richtung mit diesen alternativen Realitäten, beziehungsweise parallelen Realitäten. Und die greifen die gleichen Theorien auf, die in Steins Gate auch gibt. Es war richtig crazy. Ich habe diese Spiele erst gespielt, dann habe ich Steins Gate geguckt. Und dann wurde ja in Steins Gate auch ein bisschen was erklärt, was das bedeutet. Und dann habe ich Steins Gate auch gespielt. Und dann wird nochmal alles komplett erklärt, wenn man das wissen will. Es gibt echt schlimme Enden. Ja, boah, das ist so schlimm. Man hat ja quasi in Steins Gate das perfekte Ende. Aber dahin zu kommen ist einfach, boah. Da gehst du mit Okabe mit. Na egal. Reden wir mit. It's about time I showed my series up. This is how troublesome, but I suppose I can display my true power for the sake of our two fallen comrades. Ach ja, stimmt. Da war was. Aber ich weiß nicht mehr was. Ja, Paps, wenn du Audioproblem hast, warum redest du nicht mit uns? Come on! Ich hatte auch gerade ein Audioproblem und hätte ich Thunder nicht hier, ne? Ich wäre so aufgeschmissen. Ich hätte heute wahrscheinlich nicht gestreamt. Ja, Lu, genau das. Immer und immer wieder. Und das ist in dem Spiel noch ein bisschen krasser dargestellt. Das ist vor allem, wenn im Spiel hast du ja diese Auswahl. In welche Situation reitest du denn jetzt in Okabe? Und du weißt ganz genau, wenn du etwas Falsches auswählst, wird es schlimm enden. Und dann erlebst du das quasi alles nochmal mit ihm mit. Das ist so krass einfach. Das haben wir einfach pausiert. Wir haben einfach gesagt, wir spielen das Spiel irgendwann. Aber, come on. Nicht jetzt. Und bisher haben wir es nie wieder angefasst. Du hast fast schon eine Profi-Lösung mit dem... Profi-Lösung mit dem Tön. Das kommt demnächst wieder bei Netflix. Aber ich weiß nicht, ob ich mir das nochmal angucken kann. Ich hätte Nächte nicht schlafen können wieder. Na, Thunder. Haben wir eigentlich den Sound? Thunder. Danke, du. Nein. Nice. Ja, die Box ist auf. Oh Mann, das ist so ungewohnt mit ohne Push-to-Talk. Ich kann mich heute echt nicht konzentrieren. Aha. Du schmeißt deinen Ton per Audio-Route auf eine andere Ausgabe, die OBS besser annimmt. Das geht mir zu weit. Da muss ich mit Dissa sprechen, wie das funktioniert. Ich glaube, der könnte es mir gut erklären. Wartet mal. Ich stehe jetzt gerade von Monokuma Rock. Das heißt, es geht zum nächsten Trial, richtig? Muss ich ihn jetzt suchen? What I thought this particular incident. Oops, we can continue this later, right, Hajime? What's wrong with him? He's even creepier than usual. Yep.
This is bad.
Hey, what did Monokuma mean just now? Don't tell me Monokuma already. Don't get distracted by Monokuma. We need to focus on the class trial right now. I know, but...
I'm gonna do it!
Hey, what are you whining about? Hurry and get this over with already. And then we can greet Coach Nakamura with open arms when he comes back. Echt, ey.
Jeez.
I already figured this, but it's best if we don't rely on Monomi all that much. She's just saying stupid things and it will just make us even more confused. Maybe we should shut her up for good. Hi. Yoko, it must be my fault, after all.
Well,
Then I must learn the truth behind this murder most... Oh. Now then, let us proceed. Oh, ich hoffe, ich habe am Anfang nicht gespoilt. Ich bin mir nämlich nicht sicher, ob ich gespoilt habe.
hey,
Let's go, there's no time to waste. I know, it's sad, but we need to move forward. And then, we need to end this once and for all. Okay, dann lass uns gehen. Klaps. Der macht den Klaps. Sieht komisch aus. And I am a tiger. Roar. Escareta. We stopped under the Escareta and ascended towards the gaping maw of Monokuma Rock. And that's when I suddenly noticed it. I noticed our lined up silhouettes getting smaller and smaller. But I can't turn back now. If I turn back, I won't be able to press forward. Dann mach. Junge. And when everyone was inside Monokuma Rock. Ich dachte Rakete nach oben und dann waren die alle tot. The elevator began its deeper descent as usual. Aber nur mit weniger Leuten. But nobody said a word. As we stood there trying to figure out what to say to each other, the elevator descended deeper and deeper. Ich dachte, ich hätte dieses Trial auch schon gemacht. Egal. Und ganz wichtige Sache, Overlord Staffel 4 kommt wohl demnächst. Wupp, wupp. Darauf freue ich mich auch. And when it descended as far as it could go, it finally stopped. The elevator doors opened slowly, almost tantalizingly so. Ich kann nicht lesen. Light poured through from the other side, eroding the boundaries of the darkness. And I walked into that place. Mama? It feels pretty toothless with all these empty seats. Sorry. Ich habe gerade vorgestellt, wie wenn eine Kuh mit der Frosch reden würde. Das wäre creepy. Ach nee. Well, two people got killed at the same time. Nekomaru's not here either.
Is Nekomaru really not participating? If he's alive, you should invite him.
No, no.
Why bother?
What?
Well now.
Now then, let's begin. It's the beginning of the long-awaited class trial. Please enjoy your heart's content. I'm enjoying it. Oh. Nach Gemüt kommt blöd. Wer kennt das denn nicht? And so, the curtain to the third class trial was about to open. Es ist eine traurige Szene, aber... Ah. Oh mein Gott. Einfach mal abhängen. Genau. Ich hoffe, ich habe mich beruhigt. Look at Mioda, the ultimate musician. She was really loud, but she was the mood maker of our group. When I was with her, all of my pain and suffering just seemed to melt away. Yoko Sayonji, the ultimate traditional dancer. Just from looking at her adorable face, you'd never know she was actually selfish and foul-mouthed. Hallo Traumdrache! Rosen sind rot, Veilchen sind blau. Die intelligenteste von manchen Menschen ist Miau. Stimmt so, ja. Kann man so unterschreiben. Und willkommen in die Runde Traumdrache. Schön, dass du da bist. Vielleicht können wir zusammen hier abhängen und lachen. Und das Bild ist nicht hängen geblieben. Ich muss noch kurz meine Lachtränen wegwischen. Ach nee. Wer tut das nicht? Wer atmet den produktiven Menschen nicht die Luft weg? Manche machen, dass die Luft stinkt. Und das ist genauso bereichernd. Junge, das kannst du nicht machen. Genau mein Humor. Ah, was ist noch falsch? Was ist denn falsch mit mir? Alles. Ich kann's doch auch, Lu. Könnt ihr das nicht synchron? Oh Mann. Verschwende deine Points nicht. Ah. Ja, abgeht, Leute. Ich mach mal weiter. But she was trying to change herself, and she was desperately trying to come to terms with my hero's death. The person who killed those two is among us. Who is the imposter? I definitely can't believe it. But whether I believe it or not is irrelevant. Unless I figure out the truth, I won't be able to escape from this hell. That's why I must find out, no matter the cost. For our sake. For our friend's sake. For Ibuki and Hyoko's sake. And so the curtain to the third-class trial was about to open. The life-threatening trial, billowing with hope and despair, has begun. Wirklich jetzt? Jetzt darf ich safe? Papst, wie wär's damit, dass du jetzt einfach neue Kohlen machst und eine neue Pfeife baust? Das sollte doch funktionieren. Set Skills. Wie viele? Oh, ich habe neue Skills. Also doch hier, genau. Cheat Code. Ich habe keine. Machen wir. Egal. Sag das nicht zu laut, Thunder, sonst steht gleich der Papst hier vor der Tür und raucht seine Shisha weg. Ich sag einfach mal Finish Preparations und wir starten das Trial.
Now then, let's begin with a simple explanation of the class trial.
Aber wenn der Papst alleine hier ist, es ist ja okay. Auch wenn du das Ordnungsamt rufst, wird ja. Genau. Let's begin the class trial. Explanation of the class trial.
During the class trial, you will present your arguments for who the killer is and vote for who done it.
No. Verdammt!
Correctly, then only the blackened will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong person,
The wrong person!
I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and that person will earn the right to leave this island.
Yay!
Oh well, who cares about this boring explanation? Let's get on with it already!
I don't mind starting the trial, but I don't really have a grasp of how the case played out.
Ja.
You know, because I was asleep the whole time.
Even if you do grasp it, you're just gonna confuse the heck out of us, aren't you?
Wir haben morgen wieder kleinere Stufenessen sind. Achso, dann sind wir 5 Tage unter 165. Ja, Schulen dürfen wieder öffnen und die Kitas auch. Und mehr weiß ich auch nicht.
But Nagito's not alone. I don't really get it either.
Du bist ja auch nicht die klügste Kerze hier.
You're fine.
Musst du doch
Your
wissen.
head's empty anyway.
Ja, richtig. Das sage ich auch, Kazuichi.
Empty head? Huh. What's wrong with that?
Ja, bei uns ist auch fast alles zu, Lu. Wir haben Ausgangssperre bis 22 Uhr. Ab 22 Uhr. Das war Wunschdenken. Bis 22 Uhr Ausgangssperre dürfen wir Party feiern und dann bis 5 Uhr und dann dürfen wir nach Hause gehen und uns ausschlafen. Nein. Bei uns ist auch fast alles zu. Und ich glaube, wenn die Schulen öffnen, dann müsste eigentlich die Ausgangssperre ab 22 Uhr auch hinfällig sein, ne? Aber mal gucken, wie lange das hält. Wenn alles wieder öffnet. Bitte. Empty head, what's wrong with that? That is okay.
Listen up. The emptier your head, the more dreams you can stuff inside it, you know?
Okay. Du meinst, je leerer dein Magen ist, desto mehr kannst du futtern.
Anyway, we shouldn't proceed with the trial if those two can't participate in the arguments. Since he's the first witness, why don't we ask Hajime to explain the incident and the sequence of events?
Ah, den Poster. Ja, ich meine auch, dass dann alles chilliger wird. Wobei, das Wetter ist auch sehr chillig.
Then, let's start with when we split into the hospital team and motel team because of the despair disease. The hospital team consisted of Nagito, Ibuki, and Akane, who were infected, and Mikan, Fuyuhiko, and me.
The other 5 on the motel team were myself, Gundam, Kazuichi, Chiaki, and Hyoko.
Ich kann mich nicht erinnern, das Spiel auf Englisch gespielt zu haben, aber es kann gut
Night at
sein.
the hospital was prohibited, so Hajime and I had to sleep at our cottages.
I woke up at my cottage on the day the incident happened. Mikan came by to wake me up and told me that Nagito had recovered from his symptoms. We immediately headed over to the hospital, and after we confirmed his recovery,
Ach, na toll. Die Ausgangsbeschränkung ist an die 100 gebunden. Ah. Dauert also noch. Und ich wollte nachts joggen gehen. Ich verstehe es nicht.
I made Mikan rest in the on-call room since she hadn't slept all night, while I waited in the hospital lobby. And then, I saw the incoming signal light on the surveillance camera blinking before our scheduled time. When I pressed the button to turn on the monitor, what appeared on screen was a video of someone wearing a hospital gown and a hemp bag on their head, climbing a stepladder.
Oh my god!
Amazing! That's such a heart-pounding story! And then what did you do, Hajime? I tried to stop them, of course. I rushed out of the hospital and ran to where the video was being recorded, the music venue. But it was too late. By the time I arrived, the person wearing the hemp bag on their head was already hanging from the ceiling. I thought I should tell the others right away, so I headed to the motel.
Why the motel?
Because it was close to the music venue, and unlike the hospital, there were more able-bodied people there. At least, that's what I thought. But the only person who came with me was Chiaki.
But I remember feeling a little relieved because not long after, we met up with Mikan and Fuyuhiko.
We were also looking for Ibuki since she disappeared from our site.
After I rested for a bit, I started counting everyone at the hospital. And then I noticed Ibuki was gone, so I sprinted out of the hospital. Coincidentally, I ran into Fuyuhiko, so I pled with him in various ways to see if he could help me out.
In various ways.
Various ways?
Das springt auch drauf.
Don't say it like that and confuse people.
After I heard from those two that Ibuki disappeared, I had a feeling she was the person wearing the hemp bag. So I immediately led them to the music venue.
But the door wouldn't open.
Since we had no other option, the four of us broke down the door. And when that happened, we didn't just find Ibuki's body. We also found Hiyoko's. And not just that. Her body was taped to a pillar.
That's when we heard the body discovery announcement. Not once, but twice in a row.
And so we decided to lower the hanged body, didn't we?
When we removed the hemp bag, just as we feared, it was Ibuki.
So that's how the case played out. Thank you. I understood it very easily.
Well, it's clear what the problem with this case is. When Hajime left the music venue, who...
Wait, how do I know anything Hajime just said is true?
Me's a penner. What?
Sorry, I'm only being impartial right now. And the story I just heard is clearly suspicious.
I'm not sus.
Hajime, if you're the only one who saw the hanging video and the first one to discover Ibuki's body, then you could be lying as much as you want right now, right?
I'm not sus, man.
Lie? Why would I lie?
Die Argumente. Die Argumente von Among Us. Warum sollte ich lügen? Ich habe niemanden getötet.
Obviously. So you could make us ignore what might be an inconvenient truth for you.
Und was?
Do you doubt me?
If you're not lying, I would like you to prove it.
Oh.
Come on, try to prove it to me. Prove you're not the killer.
Just as Kazuichi said, Nagito is the kind of guy who'll just confuse us and make matters worse. Damn it, I shouldn't have explained it to Nagito. I'm in trouble now, thanks to that.
Hajime's testimony is clearly suspicious.
Who is suspicious?
And the fact that Ibuki hung herself.
That would also be a lie.
I don't think I can deny that possibility. After all, Hajime is the only witness.
Why would Hajime lie?
Well, obviously because he's the killer.
Did Hajime kill both of them?
The fact that the bodies were imitating the movie means it probably is Hajime's fault.
I'm not the killer. There should be a contradiction somewhere. I need to find that and break through.
Hajime's testimony is clearly suspicious.
If Hajime's testimony is a lie, then the fact that Ibuki hung herself.
Halt, stopp.
Would also be a lie.
Achso, wie kann ich das denn?
I don't think I can deny that possibility.
Egal, ich nehme das.
After all, Hajime is the only one.
Why would Hajime lie?
Well, obviously because he's the killer.
Did Hajime kill both of them?
The fact that the bodies were imitating the movie.
Damn! What movie, man?
I'm not the killer. I mean, there's no way I'd be able to imitate that movie.
Of course you're not. I already knew that.
Was für ein Spasti.
Huh?
Before the incident, Hajime had never watched that movie. His invitation ticket is proof of that. Each person only received one ticket, and they're marked with a stamp that shows the date and time. Isn't that right, Monokuma?
Yes, no mistakes there.
Which means there's no way Hajime, who never saw the movie, could commit murders that imitated it. Or did anyone tell him what happens in the movie? Of course no one did, right?
Hold on a sec. You're the one who brought this up in the first place.
Nagito, what are you doing?
What are you doing, man? Why are you confusing the people?
Well, since we're opening with your witness testimony, I thought we should solidify the foundation.
Okay. Warum nicht?
It also provides a good warm-up.
What warm-up? This isn't a game, you know.
It is a game.
Don't get mad. I just think warming up is really important. Especially since this isn't a game.
Still, it is a
It's a
game.
waste of time. Well, I knew it would turn out like this anyway.
Now then, since we know Hajime's testimony is reliable, let us move on to the arguments.
So this means Ibuki definitely climbed the stepladder all by herself, right?
Yeah, I'm positive.
Then that seals it! Ibuki committed suicide!
If Ibuki committed suicide, then who killed Hiyoko?
A murder coincidentally occurring in the same place as a suicide. Ain't possible, huh?
Like I said before, it's pretty clear what the problem with this case is. The killer murdered Hiyoko while Hajime was gone. So all we gotta do is establish who could have possibly done that.
Then let's ask Hajime. How long would you say you were away from the music venue?
I couldn't have been gone for more than 10 minutes.
So they killed Hiyoko and taped her up within 10 minutes? There's no way that's possible.
Hab ich auch nicht.
That's why the killer stalled for time by making the music venue a closed room.
What do you mean, a closed room?
The killer blocked the venue door from the inside to try and keep us from entering right away.
However, that door is the only entrance to the music venue, right? If they blocked the door from the inside, the killer would not have been able to leave either.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Which means, when we broke down the venue door, the killer was still inside.
They were?
If that's the case, the only suspicious people are those who don't have an alibi for that time. And that's you two, Sonia and Kazuichi.
Me too?
What the hell? Why's it gotta be us?
The others all have alibis. Chiaki, Mikan, Hajime, and I all broke down the venue door together. Gundam met up with Hajime at the motel right before that. And if Akane and Nagito were laid up in the hospital, the only person that leaves is one of you.
There's another person who doesn't have an alibi. You know, Nekomaru.
Aber der Kommando ist da.
Me too!
Yep.
Hey, why are you talking like, huh?
Me too. Me too.
You're kidding, right? You're not up to something weird, are you?
Please stop making bad jokes.
Anyway, if the killer was hiding inside the venue, we should obviously doubt the people who don't have alibis.
What a wicked way of backing us into a wall. Is this his professional skill?
The killer was inside the music venue. Fuyuhiko obviously thinks so, but is that really it? I don't know.
The killer was still inside the music venue. By locking the door from the inside, they tried to keep us from getting in.
It seems they were trying to stall for time.
How did they lock the door? That door should not have had a lock.
The lock was on the floor in front of the door.
Are you talking about the broken drumstick?
You can use that as a bolt to lock the door. By doing that, the killer who was hiding inside waited till we gathered together and suddenly appeared.
So they look like they had just rushed over.
I have seen this in serial crime dramas.
The person's remark contradicts the truth. I should be able to prove that with my evidence.
The killer was still inside the music venue.
Damit konnte ich das nochmal.
By locking the door from the inside, they tried to keep us from getting in.
Ich hab
It
doch
seems they
irgendwann
were trying to
Shortcut.
stall for time.
How did they lock the door? That door should not have had a lock.
The lock was on the floor in front of the door.
Are you talking about the broken drumstick?
You can use that as a bolt to lock the door. By doing that, the killer who was hiding inside waited till we gathered together and suddenly appeared.
So they look like they had just rushed over.
I have seen this in serial crime dramas.
Nochmal
The killer
angucken.
was still inside the music venue. By locking the door from the inside, they tried to keep us from getting in.
It seems they were trying to stall for time.
How did they lock the door? That door should not have had a lock.
The lock was on the floor in front of the door.
Are you talking about the broken drumstick?
You can use that as a
Oh,
bolt
ich weiß gar nicht mehr, wie das ging. Mit dem Blauen.
By doing that, the killer who was hiding inside waited till we gathered together and suddenly appeared.
Ja, gibt's hier eine Hilfe oder so? System? Weak spots. Okay. Firing. Press the left mouse button. Ach, Q. Das ist gut. Truth Bullet Flashback. Ich weiß nicht, ob das hier... eine Rolle spielt. Stepladder. Blob.
The killer was still inside the music venue. By locking the door from the inside, they tried to keep us from getting in.
It seems they were trying to stall for time.
How did they lock the door?
Auto room key.
The door should not have had a lock.
The lock was on the floor in front of the door.
Are you talking about the broken drumstick?
You can use that as a bolt to lock the door. By doing that, the killer who was hiding inside waited till we gathered together and suddenly appeared.
So they look like they had just rushed over.
I have seen this in serial crime dramas.
This contradicts the truth. I should be able to prove that with my evidence, sagt er. Aber ich weiß nicht was.
The killer was still inside the music venue. By locking the door from the inside,
okay,
they tried to keep us from getting in.
It seems they were trying to stall for time.
How did they lock the door? That door should not have had a lock.
The lock was on the floor in front of the door.
Are you talking about the broken drumstick?
You can use that as a bolt to lock the door. By doing that, the killer who was hiding inside waited till we gathered together and suddenly appeared.
So they look like they had just rushed over.
I have seen this in serial crime dramas.
Was sagt die Expertenmeinung? Was muss ich tun? Die Lösung denn?
The killer was still inside the music venue. By locking the door from the inside.
Was, wenn ich das mache? Oh, wait! That's wrong, man!
there's also a possibility that the door was locked from the outside.
From the outside? How?
There's a semi-transparent glob stuck to the venue door. Maybe that's what they used.
Semi-transparent glob? Like rubber, maybe?
It wasn't rubber at all. The semi-transparent glob was probably glue.
I see! That semi-transparent glob must have been glue.
Glue?
Yeah, I think so too.
It tastes like glue.
It had a firm, gel-like chewiness. And I could smell workshop chemicals the moment I put it in my mouth.
Und das ist nicht sehr gesund, Mädchen.
Based on all that, I'm certain it was glue.
I didn't know glue was edible.
I believe it is not something one typically eats.
Ich glaube auch.
That glue was only applied to the areas where both doors touched. By pouring it in the gaps of the closed door, it must have sealed the venue door from the outside.
And thanks to that, a glob of glue was left where the door was stuck. Yep, it fits perfectly.
But if you just stick them together with glue, you'd be able to break down the door easily, you know?
That doesn't really matter. The killer only did that to make us think the door was locked from the inside.
What'd you say?
First of all, didn't that drumstick we found seem really obvious? Almost unnaturally so?
Really?
It was so obvious that it makes more sense to think the killer placed it as a diversion.
Are you saying the drumstick was a trap the killer set on purpose? Then I totally fell for that fucking trap.
Apologize to Miss Sonia and me. However, you're not allowed to slice open your stomach this time.
In a quarrel, both sides are to blame. That's why it's better to just have no sides at all.
Or not quarrel at all.
So, during the 10 minutes Hajime left the venue, the killer murdered Hiyoko and created a closed space?
And they also taped her up after killing her, right?
Even quick work has limits.
Oh, what unimaginable speed for a slowpoke like me.
If they couldn't have done it while Hajime was away from the venue, they must have done it earlier than that.
Earlier?
When Hajime got to the venue, only Ibuki's body was there, right?
And when you went back with everyone else, Hiyoko's body was there too, right? But it's possible that the body was just revealed at that time, when Hiyoko was actually killed earlier.
Just revealed?
Of course, the body wasn't revealed on its own. The killer did that too. Here, I have proof.
I have proof.
That scrap of paper. Is that what we found in the baton lighting at the music venue?
Eigentlich der Spielsound laut genug? Gut.
That's right, but just what is this scrap anyway?
The scrap that was stuck on the baton lighting in the music venue. Now I should be able to figure out what... Oh no, nicht Logic Dive, bitte nicht. Ach, das ist Hangman, Scamman. Oh Gott, was weiß ich, was soll ich wissen, wie das Wort heißt jetzt? Wie heißt das denn? Wallpaper oder so? Oh, 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 habe ich irgendwas schief? Geh weg. Nehme das und... Ja. Oh, ein... Ah. Das brauche ich noch nicht. Nein! Ich brauche noch... Oh Mann. Jetzt macht mir doch keinen Stress hier. Brauch rein. Ah. Boah, Junge. Ah. Ey. Das ist ja fies. Oh no. Ah. Boah. Die machen nicht hier Stress.
Scrap. Isn't it part of the wallpaper in the storage room? In the music venue storage room, there should have been black wallpaper that's the same color as that scrap. There was also a tear along the edge of the wallpaper, wasn't there? If so,
You're right. If you overlay the scrap that was caught on the lighting, the tear in the wallpaper. See? It fits perfectly.
See. I see, man.
I see. So the scrap that was caught on the baton lighting was originally part of the wallpaper.
And what's wrong with that? Does it have something to do with Hyoko's body disappearing?
Of course.
Mere nobody like me isn't important enough to answer that.
Du bist echt ein Nobody. Stimmt. Er ist ein Nobody, wenn man von Kingdom Hearts kennt. Dann kann man sich schon vorstellen, dass er ein Nobody ist. Von Makoto Naegi. Weil ich glaube, Nobodies haben alle in Kingdom Hearts ein Anagramm aus dem Namen mit einem X. Er hat jetzt, statt dem X hat er ein Da. Und die haben irgendwie eine Ähnlichkeit mit den Leuten. Haben es bestimmt geklaut. Kingdom Hearts. Obwohl ich nicht weiß, was erst da war.
But if you guys were exceptional enough to identify that scrap of paper, you can figure this out easily.
That scrap of paper stuck to the baton lighting was part of the wallpaper I found in the storage room. Is it connected to the sudden appearance of Yoko's body? Yes, yeah. If I trace it back from there, the answer should become clear. Alright, let's give this a try. Nein, jetzt kommt Logic Dive. Ich habe keine Ahnung. Was will er jetzt wissen? Oh Mann. Ich muss gleich springen. Nein, ich... Zu langsam oder was? Oh Mann. Leute, mach mich nicht fertig. Uah. Nein, nicht gegen die Wand fahren. Ich bin so schlecht in solchen Spielen. Ich verstehe es nicht. I was brought there. It was brought there. Nein, it was hidden. It was hidden. Macht keinen Sinn. It was hidden. Junge. Holy moly. Question 2. What did the killer use to hide the body? The wallpaper. So was Stressiges aber auch hier. Wow. Nein! Oh! Autsch! Ich werde gleich sterben, wenn es so weitergeht. Oh Mann! Question 3. How did the killer hide the body with the wallpaper? They formed a wall, they covered the pillar. So. Im Wallpaper eine Wand bauen. Ja. Könnte man meinen. Wir sind fertig. Whoop.
It's all coming together.
All coming together.
Got it. Kyoko's body was hidden before we found it.
Du hast aber sehr lange dafür gebraucht, Junge.
It would have taken quite a long time to tape up a hidden body.
No, the body was already taped up and the killer hid it, along with the pillar using the wallpaper.
What? They hid the pillar?
Ja.
Yeah, by wrapping the wallpaper around the pillar, the killer was able to create a slightly larger pillar. So when I first discovered Ibuki's body, Kyoko's body was already there.
Was soll ich sagen?
However, because it was concealed within a slightly larger pillar, I didn't realize that at the time.
Und das Stück Papier hast du auch nicht gefunden.
Well, that's understandable. I mean, it makes sense that you'd notice Ibuki's body right away.
So they used the baton lighting on the ceiling to hang the wallpaper?
The baton lighting forms a perfect circle around the pillar, so using it to hang the wallpaper totally fits.
Then, the reason the wallpaper was covered in so many stickers is to make it look like that killer.
That's right.
That's how they hid Hyoko's body, and then peeled off the wallpaper as soon as I left the music video.
But the killer made a mistake. He accidentally ripped off a piece of the wallpaper. And because of that, a scrap was left on the baton lighting.
Killer must have been in a hurry. Their plan took too long. Hajime could have walked in on them.
But going to the trouble of hiding the body and the pillar is very bold and risky.
But the crime itself would be much easier to pull off since they don't have much to do while Hajime's gone. They just have to peel off that wallpaper and stash it in the storage room. It's not that big of a deal.
Then, when was Hiyoko actually killed?
Good point. And on that note, it's about time we shed some light on those imitation murders.
You mentioned imitation murder more than once. But what is that?
Are you kidding me? You haven't seen my masterpiece? The Wizard of Monami 2.5D?
Hey, don't put my likeness in your movies without my permission.
You're pretty noisy for someone who eats mothballs.
I don't eat mothballs. I just enjoy looking at them. I knew it. There are so many similarities. It must have been intentional.
Ibuki's death by hanging matches the Scarecrow's death from the movie. Not just that, but Hiyoko getting taped up after her death matches the lion's death.
It's as if both crimes were replicas of scenes from the movie, although the mutilated Tin Man was omitted.
Ich kann mich aber nicht erinnern an den Movie.
But why did the killer go to all this trouble in the first place?
Based on what we know, the reason the killer chose these imitations isn't that difficult to figure out.
The reason the killer imitated the two victims in that movie, I should be able to explain that now. Because they like movies to let their accomplice escape, to hide the weapon, to mix up the killing order.
I see! The reason the killer imitated two of the murders from the movie was so he'd mix up the killing order.
Then, Hiyoko was actually killed before Ibuki?
A valid line of reasoning.
Yeah, it's valid. The condition of Ibuki's body suggests that as well.
What do you mean?
How do you know?
If you're going to cry and beg like that, then I guess I'll hear about the condition of Ibuki's body.
I'm not even crying.
I'll let you sob as much as you want later. Just hurry up and tell me before I change my mind.
What a jerk!
Oh, I see. You want me to explain it to you, right? Because you don't understand what I'm saying, right?
An even bigger jerk? Impossible!
Look, Ibuki died because she hanged herself, right? That means when she was still alive, her feet were touching the floor.
What's wrong with that?
But it seems Ibuki was still standing when Hiyoko was killed. That would mean Hiyoko was killed before Ibuki.
Stimmt.
How light. Your words are so light as the sylph's feather. Your opponent is out of your league. It is too absurd to try to perplex me so inadequately.
Man, he's being annoying again.
First and foremost, you claim Ibuki's feet were touching the floor when Hiyoko was killed. How can a low-class creature with no psychic abilities like you know something like that?
Because she was doing something that's only possible if her feet were on the floor.
It seems you suffer from a pathetic delusion.
Look who's talking.
You're one to talk.
Anyway, if this continues, we are just gonna talk in circles. I think it's best if we clarify Ibuki's status when Hiyoko was killed. Ja genau, Blood on the Souls.
When Hiyoko died, Ibuki's feet were on the floor.
Das ist richtig.
I am telling you to present your evidence.
Did you see her walking?
If her feet were on the floor, was there any sign she stepped on something?
Were there even any footprints at the crime scene?
Maybe her feet were on the floor. But she was like sitting or something. So instead, there'd be a mark on her ass.
Was?
Weak, I say! It doesn't even pierce my heart!
Chiaki said Ibuki was still standing when Hiyoko was killed. But, is that really true? Ja, es ist richtig. Aber ich glaube, ich muss...
Ibuki's feet were on the floor.
I am telling you to
Ich
present
muss laden.
Did you see her walking?
If her feet were on the floor, was there any sign she stepped on something?
Were there even any footprints at the crime scene?
Ja, jetzt muss ich das
She
vorspulen.
was like sitting. So instead, there'd be.
Weak, I say! It doesn't even pierce my heart!
Ah, Mist. Nochmal. Ich glaube,
When Hiyoko died, Ibuki's feet.
I am telling you to. Did you see her walk?
If her feet, was there any sign she stepped?
Were there even any footprints at the crime scene?
Maybe her feet were on the floor. But she was like sitting or something. So instead, there'd be a mark on her ass.
also nee, das nicht. Nein, das stimmt nicht.
Weak, I say! It
You're weak.
doesn't even pierce my heart!
Ja, ich weiß.
When Hiyoko died, Ibuki's feet were on the floor.
I am telling you to present your evidence!
Did you see her walking?
If her feet were on the floor,
Hm,
was there any
ich
sign
muss
she
es bis zum
Maybe her
Anfang.
But she was like
Mann.
sitting. So instead, there'd be.
Weak, I say! It doesn't even pierce my heart!
Braucht Cheetah.
When Hiyoko died, Ibuki's feet were on the floor.
On the floor.
I am telling you to present your evidence.
Did you see her walking?
If her feet were on the floor, was there any sign she stepped on something?
Oh. Ich weiß nicht. Ich dachte, ich muss den laden und dann...
Crap!
When Hiyoko died, Ibuki's feet were on the floor.
I am telling you to present your evidence.
Did you see her walking?
If her
Jetzt noch ganz kurz ins System. Was muss ich tun? Ja, ich weiß. Weak Spots. Was ist denn, wenn ich... Nee. Was... Was ist denn, wenn ich mit übereinstimme?
was there any sign she stepped on something?
Ah, okay. Ich muss den Truth Bullet da drauf feuern.
Just as Sonia said, Ibuki stepped on something. That something was blood. There were faint blood stains on the soles of her slipper.
That is not Ibuki's blood, right? She suffered no external injuries.
Then it's Hiyoko's blood.
Hiyoko's only wound was a fatal slice on her neck. And she died almost instantly, right?
If Ibuki stepped on her blood,
It means Ibuki was still standing when Hiyoko was mortally wounded. Which means Ibuki was still alive at the exact moment Hiyoko was killed.
Don't underestimate the power of the evil eye.
Warum regst du dich jetzt auf, Junge? Das ist mega anstrengend.
Is that it? A shepherd dressed in his Sunday's finest still reeks of lamb, Hajime Hinata.
Does that mean you have a rebuttal?
Does that mean you have a rebuttal? That's a good line. But are you sure you're sure? If I show you how serious I am, this world might be destroyed, you know. You're so frightened you can't even make a sound. It seems you've realized our difference in status. However, the time for conviction starts now. You better entertain me to the fullest.
No, I don't want it. Not now.
You're saying the blood on Ibuki's feet belonged to Hiyoko? Ha! Impossible!
Impossible.
To remember the crime scene. There was no blood on the floor. You can't step on blood that was never there. Just about you can see a nice nightmare. You're saying
She's a
the blood
trap.
on Ibuki's feet belonged. Ha! Impossible! Try to remember the crime scene. There was no blood on the floor. You can't step on blood that was never there. Just about what you can see a nice nightmare.
As long as Ibuki's body has no open wounds, there's no doubt that that blood is Hiyoko's.
Hiyoko was taped to the pillar, yes. And it's possible that the pillar still had blood on it. However, you cannot step on the... It's been nearly 3 years since I've had to use 60% of my power.
Na, ich will
Yoko
aber
was
nicht
taped to the
zusprechen.
pillar, yes, but it's possible that the pillar still had blood on it. However, you cannot step on the pillar with... You should feel crap. It's been nearly 3 years since I've had to use 60% of my power.
Damn it!
You're saying the blood on Ibuki's feet. Ha! Impossible! Try to remember the crime scene. There was no blood on the floor.
Was falsch? Mist.
You're saying the blood on Ibuki's feet belonged to Hiyoko. Ha! Impossible! Try to remember the crime scene. There was no... You can't stop the blood that was never there.
Nein.
See a nice nightmare.
Danger.
You're saying the blood on Ibuki's feet. Ha! Impossible! Try to remember the crime scene. There was no blood on the floor.
Jetzt. Geht doch.
Cut through those words. That's not it. The reason there was no blood on the floor is because the killer wiped it away afterward.
Don't say such foolish things. You don't have proof of that at all.
Yes, I do. If you look closely, there's a streak on the floor where blood was wiped away.
Ich hab Foto gemacht.
When the killer tried to hide Hyoko's body, they probably cleaned the blood at the same time, but Ibuki must have already stepped in it, and the killer probably didn't even realize it.
The reason they wiped off the blood on the floor was so we'd mix up the order of the murders, right? Even if they're able to hide Hyoko's body, it'd be bad if her blood was left out in the open.
Plus, Ibuki's body was left out in the open, and it wasn't bleeding from any open wounds at all.
Hyoko's body was probably wrapped in duct tape to stop her bleeding. Actually, the bleeding will stop once the heart stops beating, so I don't think they had to go that far.
Aside from Nikon, none of us were aware of that fact, so the killer probably did not know it either.
Maybe that heater was running inside the music venue so it would screw with Mikan's autopsy?
That's right! I didn't know the time of death because of the heater!
The time of death wasn't mentioned in the Monokuma file just to keep concrete evidence from us.
Yep. Since we have all this evidence, there's no one else who wants to object, right? Then it's decided. Hyoko was killed before Ibuki.
It appears that it is wiser to retreat for now.
Ich doch, Junge.
Then, but regardless of good or evil, there's no deceit in upholding one's convictions.
Can't you just shut up and back off?
Now then, let us resume our debate.
Wait a sec. There's something I want to run by Monokuma first.
Huh? Again? Didn't something like this happen last time, too?
Hey, if the victim actually committed suicide, what are we supposed to do?
Suicide?
The same as always. You have to vote for who the killer is. Think about it. A suicide means you've killed the most important existence of all, yourself. Unfortunately, that means there's no Blacken to punish, but I guess in a pinch, I can always punish Monami.
Nagito, what do you mean? If the victim actually committed suicide?
Well, I mean, I understand Hyoko's death, but I'm wondering if Ibuki was really murdered. For example, it's possible Ibuki killed Hyoko and then committed suicide due to a guilty conscience, right?
That's totally impossible! Then she never would have killed her to begin with!
Oder warum sollte sie das Blut erstmal wegwischen? Das vertuschen und dann sich erhängen, das macht
She
keinen Sinn.
was afflicted by the despair disease, remember? That means anything can happen.
But if Ibuki's the killer, she wouldn't have been able to falsify the sequence of the murders, right? After Hajime saw the hanged body, the sudden appearance of Hyoko's body soon after means the killer had to be alive at that time.
Right.
Then she was alive!
How do you know?
When Hajime first discovered Ibuki, she was just pretending to be dead. If she waited until Hajime left, That's when she could have made her move and mess with the crime scene.
She hanged herself. Remember? There's no fucking way she could have faked that.
And if she was going to fake her death, I think she wouldn't have chosen hanging. Her body would have been defenseless in that state. If anyone touched her, that alone would have ruined her plan.
I see. So that means there's no doubt that someone killed those two. I'm glad. Now I'm free to search for the killer.
What the heck?
There's still one more issue on my mind. If Ibuki didn't commit suicide, then just what was that video Hajime saw?
Huh?
According to that video you saw, Ibuki was by herself when she climbed the stepladder, right? Then does that mean someone forced her to do it?
Forced? Perhaps they used hypnotism or something?
I don't know anything about that.
Don't say it all proud.
Putting that aside, it seems obvious that the killer did something. So, maybe we should figure out who was able to do whatever that was.
So, an alibi. Then our plan is to destroy the weakest alibi. Since Hajime has seen the video, it is clear what time the crime took place.
But just to be sure, that surveillance camera doesn't have a record function, right?
It's a cheap-ass surveillance camera, you know? There's no way it'd have some kind of sweet recording feature.
Then, the video Hajime saw was actually live?
What time did Hajime see that video?
I saw it at the hospital, right before Monokuma's morning announcement. And I saw the body at the music venue a little after Monokuma's announcement.
Den Notebook da.
So Ibuki hanged herself right before Monokuma's announcement. And since we established that Hiyoko was killed before Ibuki, that means the time that the murders occurred was before and during the announcement.
Then, we just have to find the person who doesn't have an alibi during that time?
Now then, I shall issue my decree. Let Operation Destroy the Weakest Alibi commence.
Operation Sonia.
We can exclude the sick people like me and Akane, right?
And what about the others?
Right before the morning announcement, I was totally sleeping in my motel room.
I think everyone at the motel was doing that.
So everyone who stayed at the motel doesn't have an alibi. What about you guys? I was where I was supposed to be, my own cottage.
That's not an alibi.
Aside from those afflicted by the disease, if nobody has an alibi, then Operation Destroy the Weakest Alibi has failed.
We can exclude the sick people like me and Akane, right?
And what about the others?
Right before the morning announcement, I was totally sleeping in my motel room.
I think everyone at the motel was doing that.
So everyone who stayed at the motel doesn't have an alibi. What about you guys? I was where I was supposed to be, my own cottage.
That's not an alibi.
Aside from those afflicted by the disease, if nobody has an alibi...
No, that's wrong!
Hold on. Not all of us are missing an alibi. In fact, Mikan and I both have alibis.
You two have alibis?
Up until I saw that hanging video, Mikan and I were actually together for a while.
We even woke up
of situation is that?
I accidentally fell asleep on top of Hajime.
Mm-hmm. What?
Too much info.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like that. She just came to tell me Nagato's condition had improved.
And we went to the hospital together afterward. So we were together until right before the announcement.
I get it. You guys have alibis.
If that's the case, the killer must be someone else.
It's better if we think about it like that. The killer decided to falsify the murder sequence to hide the actual time of the crime anyway.
So it's inevitable that an alibi for both before and during the morning announcement would be very important.
It feels like Operation Destroy the Weakest Alibi has backed us into a corner instead.
But committing an imitation murder, is that really all it was? Faking the time the crime occurred by falsifying the murder sequence, hiding their alibi in the process? Was that the only reason the killer made both bodies imitate the movie?
Are you saying there was another reason?
I feel really bad for confusing you guys so much, but that's how I feel. I think the killer had a completely different reason for falsifying the murder sequence.
The killer has a different reason? That's the case. Are we still in the killer's trap? Inside a trap set by one of us. One of us. If so, then. Oh, and what kind of trap is it? Wie jetzt? Ach, das ist jetzt Halbzeit.
Hiya!
Well, hello there! Monami, the mouse balls sure look tasty today!
Stop it!
Stop it! Don't characterize me as someone who lives off mouse balls! And there's someone? Some chance time! What's that? Now then, mon amis, appeal time to start! Starts now! Huh? Appeal time? Your kind-hearted big brother's gonna give you the chance to reclaim your honor! Good luck! Show those jerks who treat you like a red-hearted stepchild as boss. That's 99% your fault! While you were whining, your time's already running out, so please make your appeal simple. About 30,000 words or so. It's too long! It's all just be a boring appeal. Come on! If your appeal is successful, there might be merchandise opportunities heading your way. Then... I'm Usami, magical miracle girl. Usami, I'm an itty-bitty girl who's sweet like milk. Jeez, and I thought a certain robot's little sister was supposed to be the best.
What a disappointment!
What a disappointment. What are you talking about? I have no clue whatsoever. Yui. Trial? Resume.
I'm Monami. Once again, I've been put in such an unreasonable situation. Seriously, he's like the king of unreasonableness. Why did it turn out like this? We were supposed to have a fun, friendly school trip, but it turned out all bloody instead. No! This definitely cannot be allowed. That's why I want you to remember this. Everyone, do your very best. Don't lose to yourself. And don't forget to save frequently.
The reason the killer did an imitation murder is a reason other than falsifying the murder sequence. Does something like that even exist?
It suddenly got quiet in here. Did I confuse you? If so, I wish I could die from self-loathing.
Was ist falsch mit dir, Junge?
Man, this again.
If that's the case, it would have been just dandy if they had gone ahead and killed me too.
Bist du wirklich so cranky?
If that happened, the imitation would have been perfect. So why didn't they do that?
Well, it's against the rules to kill 3 people in the first place.
That rule is too harsh. I couldn't get killed because of that.
Glaubst du?
Seriously, just shut up already! Shut up forever!
But I'm thinking about it again, and he's totally right. It feels incomplete.
Because they didn't kill 3 people like the movie did? That's only because of Monokuma's rule.
It's not just that. Come on, try to remember the content of the movie. About the lion that got killed second.
That's the one Hiyoko's body was imitating, right?
Even though we're calling it an imitation, the lion was actually pinned by arrows, right? But Hiyoko's body was suspended by common household duct tape.
Wir haben keine Pfeile da.
Maybe they just used a common substitute because it was too difficult to imitate the arrows.
Well, that's probably it, but that attitude is what makes this feel incomplete. If falsifying the murder sequence was the killer's plan from the very beginning, they should have taken steps to properly imitate it.
But if we never realized it was a half-assed imitation, their entire plan would have been completely useless.
What are you trying to say? Are you saying the imitation wasn't planned?
I'm saying Hiyoko's murder wasn't.
What?
Hiyoko's murder wasn't planned?
I understand that imitation wasn't enough, but aren't you making a bunch of assumptions?
It's not just the poor imitation. There are also other strange details.
Strange details? Like what?
Like, for example, why did Hiyoko go to the music venue?
Why did Hiyoko go to the music venue?
So, you're saying the truth behind Hiyoko's murder is hidden?
I have no freaking clue what you're trying to say.
However, this is getting quite interesting. My 4 dark devas of destruction are getting riled up.
Why Hiyoko went to the music venue? If that's the key to all this, I need to find that out no matter the cost.
Why did Hiyoko go to the music venue? There's no way we'd know that!
Maybe the killer summoned her.
If that's not it, maybe she got abducted by the killer.
No, maybe. She went of her own free will.
She was guided by the will of causality.
I need to find out why Hiyoko went to the music venue first. Ja, aber Scrap of the Paper 9. Music venue curtain 9. Surveillance camera unit 9.
Maybe the killer
Ich
summoned
sehe Temperature auch nicht.
If that's not it, maybe she got abducted by the killer.
Ja.
No, maybe. She went of her own free will.
Ja. Oh.
It's just as Sonia said. She went to the music venue of her own free will.
So, exactly as I assumed.
If no one called for her, then why did she go?
Hiyoko locked herself in her room because she was being overly cautious of the despair disease, you know? I don't think a person like that would leave their room just because someone called for them.
There's no way she got abducted?
Hiyoko locked the room she was staying in before she went out.
If she was forcibly taken from her room, there's no way she would have had time to lock it.
The killer could have locked her door, right? Just to hide the fact Hiyoko got abducted.
Then they couldn't have hidden her room key that deep in her kimono. They would have put it somewhere more obvious. Otherwise, there's no point in messing with the crime scene if nobody finds the key. At the time, you were the one who actually took out the key, right? Then something like that.
I won't move.
Was ist los mit dir, Mädchen?
You saying my gut was wrong? This should be my first and last highlight of the day. What?
No, that's not the issue.
Shut up! Enough with your fancy talk. I'll shut you up right now.
Mädel.
Hiyoko was locked inside her room. She definitely got abducted or something. The killer forced their way into Hiyoko's room. Forcibly abducted her.
No.
So small and weak looking. And that's why the killer targeted her.
But Hiyoko's room was locked. The key was deep inside her kimono, remember? It's more likely that Hiyoko locked the door herself.
The killer was the one who locked the door. So what if the key was in her kimono? Maybe the killer just put it there later.
There's no reason for the killer to put the key in Hiyoko's kimono. The killer probably didn't realize she even had the key.
Hold on. Try remembering Hiyoko's body. Her kimono was all messed up.
Oh. Nein. Das stimmt.
Hold on. Try remembering Hiyoko's body. Her kimono was all messed up. There's only one reason her kimono would be that messed up. She fought the killer.
Allow me to
Cut.
get through those words.
Der falsche
The
Aussage.
reason Hiyoko's kimono was messed up was because she wasn't able to properly wear it.
Wear her kimono?
Yeah, it's also the reason why she decided to go out on her own.
Hiyoko seemed to be really struggling with wearing her kimono. I believe that was one of the reasons she locked herself in her room. That is why I informed her.
Irgendwie gefällt mir diese Zeichnung von Hiyoko nicht so sehr. Das. Keine Ahnung. Sieht nicht nach Hiyoko aus. Ja, die Proportionen sind merkwürdig. Ultra lange Beine und keine Ahnung. Die Kamera, wo hängt sie? In der Luft? Haben sie die Decke vergessen? Oder ist es Absicht? Crazy.
I told her that there was a full-length mirror at the music venue, and I suggested that she use it.
Then the reason her kimono was messed up wasn't because she fought the killer.
Yeah, she went to the venue on her own just to fix her messed up kimono.
I get it. I lost. Boil me, burn me, take off my clothes. Do whatever you want to me.
Hajime, now's your chance. Make her admit defeat. Or better yet, make her do a little something something.
Hell no.
Then, the killer probably couldn't have assumed that Hiyoko would go to the music venue.
Though that may not apply to Sonia, since she provided Hiyoko with that information.
Though I knew she would go there, there is no way I could have predicted when she would arrive.
Don't go doubting Miss Sonia, you cretin. I'll put you and your hamsters 6 feet under.
Kazuichi, it seems you have quite the fashion sense. Do you want me to incinerate your clothes? Perhaps I could do that while you're wearing them.
Gungeon, please stop! For his sake.
Huh? What do you mean, for my sake?
Of course. I've already overlooked no less than 10 opportunities to kill you.
Even if the killer couldn't predict it, why did Hiyoko get killed in the music venue?
The only thing I can think of is, it was an unfortunate coincidence.
Coincidence?
When she went to the venue by herself, she was probably just unlucky and walked in on the crime scene.
Der Killer ist aber sehr muskulös.
She was killed so there wouldn't be any loose ends?
It probably happened when the killer was preparing to kill Ibuki. The killer most likely had already placed the hemp bag over her head, and without hesitation,
Killed Hiyoko.
because the killer used that coincidence for their crime, it made this case even trickier.
That's the reason they imitated the movie to falsify the murder sequence.
Alter. Machst du so Geräusche?
Which means that low-down scoundrel didn't plan on committing imitation murders at first.
Then what was the killer actually planning to do? They've been cunning this far. There's no way they'd kill Ibuki without a plan. Do you have any ideas?
Damn, we don't know the most important part.
The killer's plan from the beginning. I'm pretty sure we are very, very close. Nagito lächelt.
Hey Nagito, any ideas?
Nagito, yes.
Hey, how long are you gonna stay quiet?
Oh, am I allowed to speak?
Ja?
I'm so happy I'm getting goosebumps. Everyone actually needs help from scum like me.
So what do you think?
I was thinking about it while I had my mouth shut. But now I'm finally able to come to a conclusion. Ibuki definitely didn't commit suicide.
Wow! Das ist, eine Neuigkeit?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I thought there might be a possibility that she faked her death and tampered with the crime scene. But now I remember. There was blood on Ibuki's slippers.
Ja.
So if she faked her death and walked around the music venue tampering with the crime scene, there'd be bloody footprints left in various places throughout the venue. So that's why I think there's no way she faked her death. There's no way Ibuki committed suicide.
You know, we already finished talking about that a while ago.
Really? That's annoying. I guess I should just awkwardly laugh about it then.
Are you freaking kidding me? There's no limit to how useless you can be.
Not really useless. No, wait a minute. If Ibuki had blood on her feet, there'd be footprints all over the place if she kept walking around.
Strange. That's very strange.
This is strange? What's strange?
I see. If it's not something we finished talking about, those footprints, there's still an important clue left that we completely overlooked. Just as Nagito said, if she had blood on her feet, she would have left footprints. Then why? Why weren't there any footprints?
can prove it with this. If Ibuki used the stepladder to hang herself, it's strange that there weren't any footprints on it.
Huh? There weren't?
Yeah, that stepladder was completely clean. No footprints or bloodstains at all.
Doch, an der Seite.
Do you notice such a small detail? How amazing! This is truly the talent of a chosen ultimate!
What are you talking about? You were obviously leading us to this. That's why you brought up this suicide topic after all this time. Nagito Komae. You are definitely someone I shouldn't underestimate.
But didn't you say you saw that video of Ibuki climbing the stepladder? Then I think there's no doubt that she really did climb it.
Unless there was something funny about that video.
I see. So there was some kind of trick arranged in that video,
But that's something only Hajime would know, since he's the only one who saw that video.
So, just as I thought, it comes down to that. The mystery surrounding this incident is contained in that video, and whether or not we can reach that hidden truth is all up to me.
Hajime, I leave it in your hands.
As long as I leave this to you, I won't tell you to do your best, but oh well. You should get started already.
Yeah, I'll definitely try.
If there was some hidden clue in that video, I should have seen something strange as I watched it. I'm the only one who can clear that up. I'm the only one who actually saw that video. So I'm the only one who can do it. The hanging video that I saw, based on everything we know from the debates thus far, I should be able to figure out what's strange. Oh nein! Oh nein! Das? Oh. Oh. Glück gehabt.
That's right, I remember now. There was definitely something strange about that video.
Can you explain it to us?
What's strange is that stepladder I mentioned earlier. It's true that the steps of that stepladder weren't dirty, but on one side, there was a bloodstain right on the left side of the stepladder. However, that contradicts the video I saw at the hospital. There weren't any bloodstains on the stepladder in the video. It was completely clean.
Das hat man bestimmt in dem Licht gesehen.
That is truly strange. If the video showed the moment of Ibuki's death, then Hiyoko should have already been dead by that point.
Even so, the fact is the stepladder had blood on it at the actual crime scene. The stepladder in the video was completely bloodless.
And there's no way the video was recorded in advance. If that's the case, the only thing I can think of is...
It's possible those two stepladders were completely different.
Wait, are you saying there were two stepladders?
But where would you find another stepladder? There was only one stepladder in the music venue.
Ja, im Music Venue.
Then one of the stepladders was somewhere other than the music venue.
What do you mean?
You're suggesting that the stepladder in the video isn't the only thing that's different. Am I right? That's amazing, Chiaki. All that gaming has given you incredible deduction skills. Is it okay to say that?
What are you two talking about?
The stepladder isn't the only thing that's different. Chiaki said that the stepladder was at a different place, but if that's the case, the things that's different between that video and the actual scene of the crime Is that thing the place where the killer did something? Ach nö, ich weiß doch nicht, was gesucht wird. Was für Oh Mann. Es ist falsch, okay. Ist auch falsch. Okay. Ich weiß nicht, was für ein Wort ich suche, aber... Film? Ach, Filmic Location. Oh nein, da ist was kaputt gegangen. Wir machen mich hier immer fertig mit denen.
That's right. Besides the stepladder, the filming location must have been different too.
What do you mean?
I mean, the video I saw was not filmed at the music venue. It was filmed somewhere else.
The hospital monitor is supposed to display footage captured by the music venue camera, you know?
Then, there's a possibility that the killer also tampered with the surveillance camera unit.
In order to show us that they filmed the video at the music venue instead of somewhere else. What did the killer do to the surveillance camera unit? Destroyed it. Oh komm. Oh. Das eine stressige, ne? Und dann das nächste stressige. Ich weiß es doch nicht. Wow. Wow. Holy. Okay, question 1. Which part of the surveillance camera unit did the camera... the monitor, wenn ich mich richtig erinnere. Und wenn es falsch ist, dann falle ich runter. Yeah! The camera... Ach, the camera... Ach. Das eine Ding ist ja kaputt gegangen. Wird er einem voll schwindelig. Bäh. Nein! Oh, Leute. Was machen die für Mist? Ey. Ich bin nicht eingeschlafen. Did the killer tamper with the camera at the music venue or the hospital? I think it's the hospital. Ah, ist es falsch? What? Okay. Okay. Ach so. Ja, egal. Ja, macht Sinn. Wait. Boah, was ist los mit denen? Mach mich ja voll verrückt. Crazy. Question 3. What did the killer do with the camera from the music venue surveillance camera unit? They took it with them, increased the signal. Ich glaube, es ist falsch, aber egal. Yep. Aber ich konnte nichts mehr ändern. Den habe. Yay! Irgendwie geschafft. Jedes Mal runtergefallen.
That's it. The killer just brought the camera from the music venue. With it, they made me think it was a live feed from the venue, when it was actually from somewhere else.
Then only the monitor was left in the music venue?
Yes, at least when I first discovered Ibuki's body. But when Hyoko's body appeared, the killer probably put the camera back too.
That means you should have realized that from the start and made this easier on all of us.
He did discover the body. I doubt his attention was focused on the camera.
That's true, but in order to hide that the camera was missing, the killer did one more thing to the remaining monitor.
The thing the killer did to the remaining monitor, destroyed it.
I see! The killer smashed the monitor to pieces, destroying it. As long as it was in pieces, you wouldn't be able to tell if the camera was actually there or not. My attention was so focused on the body that even I couldn't have noticed something like that.
And the moment Hajime left the music venue, the killer put back the camera they took.
And they destroyed it and left that in pieces as well.
It's easy to say it was filmed somewhere else, but the surveillance camera's connection wasn't that strong.
Despite Kazuichi's desperate repair efforts, it seems it could not transmit from the hospital to the motel.
The fact that it was able to connect between the hospital and the music venue is amazing enough.
Which means, even if it was filmed in another place, as long as it was transmitted to the hospital, the range would be pretty limited. If that's the case, where was the video filmed to make it look like it was filmed at the music venue? The only possibility is that place inside that building. Schon wieder? Oh man! Hey, muss... Das ist nicht richtig. Das ist nicht richtig. Das ist nicht richtig. Das sieht gut aus. Boah, wie gemein. Das war richtig fies. Nein! Oh, dumm. No. Oh nein. Aha. Oh Mann. Das ist so stressig gerade, dass es mich fertig macht. Ja, genau, das. Nein! Falsche Knöpfe! Falsche Buchstaben. Nee. Es dauert zu lange. Conference Room. Hallo, Steinersalz. Steinersatz? Sorry. Hallo, ich habe nicht auf den Chat geachtet. Tut mir leid. Ja, Hangman's Gambit ist die Hölle. Die machen mich richtig fertig. Und Logic Dive, da bin ich richtig schlecht drin. Nee. Hier, keine Ahnung. Ich lese gerade sowieso das, was ich lesen will. Aber ich muss bei dem Nickname an Dr. Stone denken irgendwie. It's possible that it was filmed at the hospital's conference room.
The conference room?
But
Yeah,
the
man.
hospital and the music venue look completely different.
That's exactly why the killer did something to make those two places resemble each other.
Make the conference room look like the music venue, the killer went ahead and did some work. I've got to make clear what that work was. Oh nein.
There's no way the conference room and the music venue look the same.
Which place resembled the other? Did the conference room look like the music venue? Or did the music venue look like the conference room?
Nein, andersrum.
Some kind of set.
They might have tampered with the camera.
I still can't believe he mixed up the filming locations. Hajime, you're pretty stupid.
Sagt die Richtige.
There's no way the conference room
Music venue
and the
curtain.
music venue look the same.
Which place resembled the other? Did the conference room look like the music venue?
Ja, boah, geht... Mann! Das war falsch?
Damn it!
Why? No.
There's no way the conference room and the music venue look the same.
Which place resembled the other? Did the conference room look like the music venue?
Ach nee, andersrum.
Or did the music venue look like the conference room?
Or did they make some kind of set?
They might have tampered with the camera.
Und ist das jetzt mit dem Set?
I still can't believe he mixed up the filming locations.
Ja.
Hajime, you're pretty stupid.
I can agree with that. In order to make the hospital conference resemble the music venue. Jetzt muss ich die Reihenfolge überdenken. Ich habe das Spiel schon mal gespielt. Deswegen weiß ich, wie es ausgeht, aber ich kann die Trials nicht mehr. Aber welches Spiel ich noch nicht gespielt habe, ist Danganronpa 3. Und das werde ich auch im Stream spielen, auf jeden Fall, wenn ich das durch habe. Und da weiß ich gar nicht so wie die Leute. Ich habe keine Ahnung, was passiert. Und da bin ich zumindest sogar besser. Oh, ich fand Teil 1 schon ganz cool. Teil 2 finde ich auch ganz cool. Und 3, keine Ahnung. Ich bin gespannt. Ich habe auch die Animes gesehen. Aber ich glaube, das sind immer andere Charaktere. Ach, vom Gameplay. Cool. Ja, ich bin gespannt. Ne? Es kommen wahrscheinlich neue Sachen noch dazu. Oder haben die es komplett anders gemacht? Ich bin schuld, dass ich keinen Push-Talk gemacht habe. Ach, du spielst in der falschen Reihenfolge. Bei welchem Teil bist du denn jetzt? Also spielst du auch 2? Nee, doch. Stimmt, die Spare Girls haben wir nicht gespielt, aber ich habe den Anime gesehen und das ist ja quasi die Spare Girls. Beim Kapitel 5. Ah. Oh, das heißt, du bist fast am Ende. Das bedeutet, wenn ich jetzt weiter spielen würde, komplett, dann würde ich dich spoilen. Aber vielleicht können wir es ja parallel spielen, dass du dann spielst und dann guckst. Keine Ahnung. Guckst, wie weit ich bin oder so. Keine Ahnung, kann man ja so machen. Das Ende? Ich dachte nicht. Ja, es gibt... War das? Ne, es gibt einen Danganronpa-Film. Und es gibt diese beiden Animes. Es gibt ja einmal diese Kibo und Setsubo. Und irgendwie wird empfohlen, abwechselnd zu gucken, Kibo und Setsubo. Weil man dann irgendwie die Geschichte anders mitbekommt, als wenn man die erste Staffel guckt und dann die zweite. Aber ich habe tatsächlich erst das eine geguckt, dann das andere. Und dann wird das wirklich einem klar, okay, hätte ich jetzt die eine Folge geguckt und dann die andere, würden die ineinander greifen, so von der Zeitlinie her, aber oder zumindest was die Charaktere angeht. Aber es ist ja jedem selbst überlassen. Ja, und der Film ist auch ganz cool gemacht. Der Film, der Den solltest du gucken. Also ich meine, der Film ist das. Den solltest du gucken, wenn du Danganronpa 2 durch hast. Ja, genau. Also erst die Spiele spielen, dann bist du auf der sicheren Seite, dass dann nicht irgendwas drin vorkommt, was, ja, doch, was dann einen vorwegnimmt von den Spielen. Also fehlt jetzt das Ende von 2. Okay. Ich glaube, du spielst das sogar in der richtigen Reihenfolge. Du hast es in der richtigen Reihenfolge gespielt, von der Zeitlinie. So wie ich das gelesen habe, ist Danganronpa 3 die Vorgeschichte zu 1. Und dann kommt 1 und dann kommt 2. Ich meine, das ist sogar richtig, wenn man das wirklich von der Zeitlinie her spielt. Nee, glaubst du nicht? War nicht Teil 3 die Vorgeschichte so ein bisschen? Du hattest ja schon Teil 1 gespielt. Und den anderen, den letzten Teil. War der nicht Junko Enoshima noch am Leben? Ach, du hast nur den Anime gesehen. Okay. Okay. Okay, nee. Ich weiß nicht, bin ich gerade auf dem falschen Dampfer? Definiert. I should figure out first.
There's no way the conference room and the music venue look the same.
Which place resembled the other? Did the conference room look like the music venue? Or did the music venue look like the conference room?
That must be it.
It must be it.
What the killer did was...
Es würde keinen Sinn machen, wenn V3 vor allen anderen Teilen spielen würde. Warum nicht? Also wie gesagt, ich habe es nicht gespielt. Ich habe nur darüber gelesen, dass es eventuell davor ist. Noch davor. Aber wie gesagt, ich habe keinen Plan. Okay. Ich würde spielen, auf jeden Fall. Das werde ich tun. Und bin sehr, sehr gespannt. What the killer did was...
The crime scene looked like the conference.
Ganz genau.
They did that by using the black curtain hanging at the back of the stage.
From what I remember, there used to be a really flashy curtain, but after the incident, it somehow became a plain black curtain that didn't seem to be the right size.
Stimmt. Das ist ja ein Stück weg.
That's right! It's so half-assed, just like Monami.
Oh yeah? Well, your face looks stupid.
That curtain was hung so the music venue would look like the conference room?
In actuality, even though the curtain in the conference room doesn't stand out, it is a black light-blocking curtain that's long enough to reach the floor.
I see. The conference room. Indeed, the floor of that room is... the same color as the music venue stage.
Oh mein Gott.
So the killer chose the conference room because they realized the floor matched.
Seid ihr euch sicher? Haben die vielleicht nicht noch den Boden gelegt?
Matching floors, matching curtains. I guess it makes sense you'd mistake the two.
But that's not all. There should be something else the killer did to tamper with the evidence. Probably.
Something else the killer did to make the music venue look like a conference room. It's gotta be that. Aber die meinen jetzt nicht wirklich. Meinen die jetzt wirklich die Kerze?
I can prove it with this.
Und so.
You're referring to the candle in the music video, right? In the video I saw, a candle was used for lighting. If you think about it, it's pretty strange. The music venue has good lighting, so there's no reason to even use candlelight.
But wouldn't they have done it to make it feel creepier?
That might have been another reason, but the main reason was probably to tamper with evidence. The lighting in the conference room and the music venue are so different. They couldn't be used during filming. That's why the killer used a candle as film lighting instead.
Which means... Are you saying the candle in the music venue wasn't actually used?
That candle was likely placed there just to make me think it was the same candle that was used in the video.
With candlelight, you can't see things in that much detail. Maybe they were going for that effect. With that cheap-ass camera, it won't capture much in a dark area.
As long as this all matches up, it should be no problem to say this is decided. The video I saw wasn't filmed at the music venue. It was actually filmed at the hospital conference room.
If I'd found proof that evidence in the conference room was altered, we would have reached an answer sooner. But it appears the killer already covered that up, so I didn't find anything when I went there.
But there's no mistake. That's the only place within the connection range of the surveillance camera.
The motel would have been too far, and the interior design of the movie theater is too distinctive.
But this must be a surprising turn of events for Hajime. You never suspected that the video you saw in the hospital was being filmed in the conference room.
The incident isn't happening at the scene of a crime. It's occurring in the conference room.
I feel like I've heard by-side cops say that before. But isn't it the other way around?
If Ibuki's hanging video was filmed at the hospital's conference room, then was Ibuki killed at the conference room too?
No, that's not possible. Right after Hajime saw that video, he discovered Ibuki's body at the music venue.
It was filmed at the conference room, but Ibuki's body was at the music venue. Which means there was a fake somewhere. That fake must have been the line, the Ibuki in the conference room.
I see! The person wearing the hint bag in that video wasn't Ibuki. It was the killer pretending to be Ibuki. The killer put on a hospital gown, wore a hint bag on their head, and was only pretending to be the victim.
By that time, the real Ibuki must have already been killed.
The actual time of death must have been earlier. Probably around midnight or dawn to avoid witnesses.
If they took Ibuki from the music venue to the hospital to kill her, there's no way it happened during the day.
So that's what happened. Then no matter how quickly I ran, it was impossible for me to rescue Ibuki. At that moment, I was already in the killer's trap. And the one who set a trap for me
But
was...
why did the killer go to the trouble of making a fake video just so Hajime could go to the crime scene?
The reason the killer made a fake video. There's only one possibility I can think of. If I examine that possibility thoroughly, then naturally the killer's identity will reveal itself.
Huh?
You fiend! Are you saying you already know who the killer is?
Ja, also ich glaube, das erste Mal wusste ich echt nicht, wer... Muss man jetzt nicht sogar auswählen? That's right, I should already know. I should have already known who the killer is. Genau, und dann war ich so, hä? Ich muss jetzt jemanden auswählen. Aber ich weiß doch gar nicht wer. Okay, jetzt ist es natürlich klar, ich habe es ja durchgespielt und weiß, wer rausfliegen muss.
You're the only one.
Aber
You're the killer, aren't you?
du bist der Imposter.
What are you talking about?
Like I said, aren't you the killer who murdered Ibuki and Hyoko?
Ehrlich? Also bei Chapter 3, ich war auch ein bisschen... Ich mochte Mikan eigentlich von Anfang an und dachte, was? Warum Mikan? Und, keine Ahnung. Also das war für mich... Vor allem an der Stelle war ich so... Ich muss jetzt jemanden auswählen, aber wir haben doch nicht mal alle Beweise fertig. Aber soll ich jetzt wissen, wen ich jetzt auswählen soll? Aber... Ja, wenn man es weiß, dann geht's. Ja, das stimmt, die Krankenhausregeln. Ich glaube, ich habe einfach nicht aufgepasst, als ich das Trial gemacht habe. Ich habe jetzt zum Beispiel jetzt zwischen diesem Trial und das letzte Mal, wo ich gespielt habe, ist auch sehr viel Zeit vergangen. Und dann kann man es natürlich so Details vergessen wie Krankenhausregeln. Ja, stimmt, das ist keine Truth Bullet, ja. Wobei, hier muss man ja jedes Mal jemanden auswählen, der jetzt es ist. Achso, du meinst die Krankenhausregel, das ist keine Truth Bullet, das stimmt. Das wäre ein guter Hinweis gewesen.
Hey, don't you think that's kinda impossible?
Ja, wahrscheinlich wäre es dann zu einfach. Vor allem in Chapter 3 ist das schon ein bisschen anspruchsvoller als in 1 und 2.
A chick like her as the killer? She couldn't even kill a fly. In fact, the fly would probably kill her first.
She's right.
Sie hatte recht, ich kann niemanden umbringen. Ich bin doch die Krankenschwester.
A clumsy slowpoke like me killing someone? That's completely out of the question.
But we're the only ones.
Mochtest du auch Mikan bis zu diesem Moment,
Video, we're the only ones who have the advantage of an
wo
alibi.
sie durchgeknallt ist?
An alibi? Was that the killer's goal?
Now that you mention it, you guys brought that up earlier. Only Hajime and Mikan have an alibi.
It's just a coincidence.
But you're the only one who could have filmed that video in the hospital conference room. Is that also a coincidence?
Can you get some rest already? You should be exhausted from nursing without any sleep, right? Then if you insist, I will use the on-call room upstairs. Must be mentally exhausted, so it's better if you relax in the lobby instead.
At that time, you said you were going to the on-call room, but you actually went to the conference room. That's when you put on a hospital gown that you prepared in advance, put the bag on your head, and began filming. By doing that, you made up a video that showed Ibuki trying to hang herself at the music video. And showed that to me.
Sehr gut. Vor allen Dingen sind diese immer so krass, keine Ahnung, durchtrainiert und männlich.
Furthermore, I saw that video at the hospital lobby. If someone wants to go to the conference room from outside, they have to pass through the lobby.
So it's impossible that someone who wasn't already in the hospital went to the conference room to film.
Not only that, the others in the hospital, Kane and I, were both delirious from the despair disease.
So that must mean...
Please, wait a second. What are you saying? I'm the killer? That's impossible. There's no way I could kill someone.
It's not literally impossible. Can't you give a better defense than that?
Just shows she can't even do that.
Hey, you sure this chick is really the killer?
Wrong! It's totally wrong! It's not what you think!
Just like Akane said, it is really hard to tie it all together. I mean, Mikan is the killer?
I agree. It is truly difficult to believe someone could be killed by such a slow-witted woman.
Vielleicht war es Hajime, der war ja auch in dem Hospital.
That slow-witted remark is not necessary.
It's fine. I've been like this for a long time. In a tournament for social punching bags, I'd easily win first place with my soft reputation.
Ist das Spiel eigentlich auf Englisch oder mit japanischen Synchronisation?
Even I can't deny that.
Ja, okay. Ja, ich finde tatsächlich die japanische schöner, aber die englische ist jetzt auch nicht schlecht. Also ich bin jetzt nicht... Ich gehöre jetzt nicht zu denen, die sagen, ja, es muss auf jeden Fall japanisch sein. Aber ich finde beides gut, aber japanisch finde ich einen Ticken besser. Ja, die machen auf jeden Fall einen guten Job.
How many times do I have to tell you? It's impossible for me to kill someone. I'm serious. Very serious.
What do you say, Hajime?
Jimmy, was sagst du? Du hast jetzt die Frau zum Weinen gebracht.
Do you still believe this woman is the killer?
Do you hate me that much, Hajime?
Hey, Hajime!
Everyone's hanging up on me. Jetzt weint er auch gleich. Aside, logic aside, is she really capable of doing something like this? Would it be I'm the one making a mistake? No, in fact, it'd be so much easier if I was wrong. If I have this much doubt about someone I've spent so much time with.
Can you hold on a minute?
Okay. Genau, bullying a girl, not cool, Hajime. Huh?
Well, I know I'm being intrusive and all, and I mean, I have no place to say this. I missed all of the critical parts, and I doubt I have anything worth saying at an important time like this.
What are you saying?
But still, there's definitely no way I can overlook the kill this time.
What?
I thought it was suspicious all along, from the very beginning. Investigating with the suspect in mind creates a different result than investigating with no leads.
Hey, what are you trying to say?
Well, thanks to that, I was able to discover a truth that nobody else knows.
Are you serious?
What truth, man?
I've been so focused on everybody else this trial. But I guess now's a good time to say it, right?
You better not have kept quiet on purpose. This isn't a game, you know.
It is a game.
Actually, this is a game.
Ja, genau das.
Please don't say such controversial statements.
Well, what do you know, Nagito?
Well, it's nothing big, really. Only a small, decisive clue that points to the killer.
Dang! That's a huge deal!
A decisive clue? Does something like that really exist?
Let's take a look, shall we? Regarding the rope Ibuki was dangling from, this rope was supplied by the supermarket, right? There weren't any ropes inside the music venue.
Again with the supermarket? That place is a hotspot for criminal goods.
If they got it at the supermarket, that means it was brand new, right?
What's wrong with that?
I want you to take a close look at this rope. And keep in mind that it's brand new. Near the middle of the rope, it's frayed, as if it was rubbed strongly. But why is it like this? The loop Ibuki used to hang herself is on one end of the rope, and the part of the rope that hung from the baton lighting is on the other end.
Hey, you're taking too long. What's wrong with the rope being frayed?
It means, well, from what I can infer, I think the rope was used like this. The killer wrapped the rope around Ibuki's neck, pulled both ends at full strength, and strangled her. The center of the rope is frayed because that's the part they used to strangle Ibuki.
Darn. I've been listening to you for a while, and it sounds like you knew about this rope clue all along. What exactly did you say to me during the investigation?
Well, this rope won't be much of a clue. And I might as well search another place.
Not everyone cooperates at a class trial. Those who lie and conceal the truth will obviously be here too. Just like this case's killer. I was just copying them a little bit.
Okay.
More importantly, what was all that about the rope? The killer strangled Ibuki. And then?
And then, I finished speaking.
How is that a decisive clue?
Huh? You didn't notice it? I thought I made the decisive clue very clear.
Those words contain a decisive clue? Is that really true? Oh, ich weiß es nicht mehr.
Ibuki didn't die from hanging. She was strangled to death.
That's basically the same thing.
Though hanging and strangling seem similar, they're very different. The scars they leave would look different too.
Scars? You mean the rope burn, right?
But we believed it was from a hanging. Why would that be?
Did we fall for someone's lie?
The body at the crime scene was hanged, you know. Obviously, we'd assume it was a hanging.
The Monokuma file complicates this too. It never specified hanging or strangulation.
Whoever misunderstood is to blame!
This true cause of death was strangulation. That fact is decisive proof that we will be true. Is that true?
Ibuki didn't die from hanging. She was strangled to death.
Gerade echt.
That's basically the same thing.
Coolest.
Though hanging and strangling seem similar, they're very different. The scars they leave would look different too.
Scars? You mean the rope burn, right?
But we believed it was from a hanging. Why would that be?
Did we fall for someone's lie?
The body at the crime scene was hanged, you know. Obviously, we'd assume it was a hanging.
The Monokuma file complicates this too. It never specified hanging or strangulation.
Whoever misunderstood is to blame!
Das ist echt nicht hart. Nochmal.
Ibuki didn't die from hanging. She was strangled to death.
Ah, ich weiß.
That's basically the same thing.
Though hanging and strangling seem similar, they're very different. The scars they leave would look different too.
Different scars.
Scars? You mean the rope burn, right?
But we believed it was from a hanging. Why would that be?
Did we fall for someone's lie?
The body at the crime scene was hanged, you know. Obviously, we'd assume it was a hanging.
The Monokuma file complicates this too. It never specified hanging or strangulation.
Whoever misunderstood is to blame!
Sagen jetzt, dass die Narben anders aussehen, wenn man stranguliert oder jemanden hängt. Ich hätte jetzt gesagt, dass Autopsie-Report falsch war. Das hätte Mikan eigentlich sehen müssen. Aber was mache ich das denn jetzt? Weil eigentlich müsste sie ja vor allen Dingen als Schwester... Ja, ich glaube auch, dass ich eine Aussage kopieren muss, um eine andere zu zerstören. Aber ich muss überlegen gerade welche.
Ibuki didn't die from hanging. She was strangled to death.
Vielleicht strangled.
Basically the same thing.
Oh, toll. Das ist
Though
weg.
hanging and strangling seem similar, they're very different. The scars they leave would look different too.
Scars? You mean the rope burn, right?
Look
But
different.
we believed it was from a hanging. Why would that be?
Did we fall for someone's lie?
The body at the crime scene was hanged, you know. Obviously, we'd assume it was a hanging.
The Monokuma file complicates this too. It never specified hanging or strangulation.
Whoever misunderstood is to blame!
You are to blame.
Ibuki didn't die from hanging. She was strangled to death.
That's basically the same thing.
Though hanging and strangling seem similar, they're very different. The scars they leave would look different too.
Scars? You mean the rope burn, right?
But we believed it was from a hanging. Why would that be?
Aber die blauen, die sind ja
Did we
meistens...
fall for someone's lie?
The body at the crime scene was hanged, you know. Obviously, we'd assume it was a hanging.
The Monokuma file
wenn man
complicates this too. Never
beeinstimmt.
specified hanging or strangulation.
Whoever misunderstood is to blame!
Ah.
Ibuki didn't die from hanging. She was strangled to death.
That's basically the same thing.
Though hanging and strangling seem similar, they're very different. The scars they leave would look different too.
Ja, stimmt,
Scars?
ja.
You mean the rope burn, right?
But we believed it was from a hanging. Why would that be?
Did we fall for someone's lie?
The body at the crime scene was hanged, you know.
Someone's lie.
We'd assume it was a hanging.
The Monokuma file complicates this too. It never specified hanging or strangulation.
Whoever misunderstood is to blame!
Oh, ich bin echt... Ah. Ah, ich muss noch mal alles durchgehen. Macht keinen Sinn. Das macht auch keinen Sinn. Ich hätte jetzt AC Temperature gesagt.
Though hanging and strangling seem similar, they're
Aber
very
das ist,
different.
macht keinen Sinn.
The scars they leave would look different too.
Ja, macht das gar keinen Sinn.
Scars? You mean the rope burn, right?
But we believed it was from a hanging. Why would that be?
Weil das war ja eher für die
Did we fall for
Yoko.
someone's lie?
The body at the crime scene was hanged, you know. Obviously, we'd assume it was a hanging.
The Monokuma file complicates this too. It never specified hanging or strangulation.
Whoever misunderstood is to blame.
Vor allem die Weak Spots, das macht gar keinen Sinn. Ja, dann hau raus. Ich bin gerade ein bisschen am Verzweifeln. Warte auf die Vermutung. Obwohl, ich kann ja noch angucken und überlegen. Weil,
Ibuki didn't die from hanging.
er sagt ja,
She was strangled to death.
strangled.
That's basically the same thing.
Though hanging and strangling seem similar, they're very different. The scars they leave would look different too.
Scars? You mean the rope burn, right?
But we believed it was from a hanging. Why would that be?
Did we fall for someone's lie?
The body at the crime scene was hanged, you know. Obviously, we'd assume
Man.
it was a hanging.
So schnell
Monokuma
weg.
file complicates this too. It never specified hanging or strangulation.
Whoever misunderstood is to blame.
Okay, dann danke. Ich versuche das mal.
Ibuki didn't die from hanging.
Ist nicht schlimm. Ich hab, wie du siehst, hier oben auch schon.
That's basically the same thing.
Though hanging and strangling seem similar, they're very different. The scars they leave would look different too.
Scars? You mean the rope burn, right?
But we believed it was from a hanging. Why would that be?
Did we fall for someone's lie?
Ey, geh weg. Ey, come on.
Was hanged, you know.
Boah, wie
We'd
mies.
assume it was a hanging.
Ich glaub, du hast recht. Das ist someone's lie, aber wird wahrscheinlich auch
Never specified
was sein.
hanging or strangulation.
Das ist ja...
Whoever misunderstood is to blame.
Ich mache das ein bisschen schneller. Ja, alles klar.
Ibuki didn't die, she was strangled to death.
That's basically the same thing.
Though hanging and strangling seem similar, the scars they leave would look different too.
Scars? You mean the rope burn, right?
But we believed it was from a hanging. Why would that be?
Did we fall for someone's lie?
Hey,
The body at the crime scene was hanged, you know.
ich fühle mich ein bisschen gemobbt von dem Spiel.
The Monokuma file, it never specified hanging or strangulation.
Whoever misunderstood is to blame.
True.
Ibuki didn't die from hanging. She was strangled to death.
That's basically the same thing.
Though hanging and strangling seem similar, they're very different. The scars they leave would look different too.
Scars? You mean the rope burn, right?
But we believed it was from a hanging. Why would that be?
Did we fall for someone's lie?
The body at the crime scene was hanged, you know. Obviously, we'd
Ich
assume
kann die blauen, glaube ich, gar nicht machen, ne?
The Monokuma file complicates this too.
Ich glaube, die blauen gehen gar nicht.
Hanging or strangulation.
Whoever misunderstood is to blame.
Ja. Genau. Danke. Das macht mehr Sinn.
Ibuki didn't die from hanging.
Stimmt. Das macht Sinn. Ja.
That's basically the same
Oh.
thing.
Though hanging and strangling seems the scars they leave would look different too.
Scars? You mean the rope burn, right?
But we believed it was. Why would that?
Did we fall for someone's lie?
The body at the crime scene was hanged, you know. Obviously, we'd assume it was a hanging.
The Monokuma file complicates this too. It never specified hanging or strangulation.
Whoever misunderstood is to blame.
Tut mir leid. Ich bin gerade sehr unkonzentriert. Aber...
Ibuki didn't die from hanging. She was strangled to death.
So. Haben wir...
That's basically the same thing.
Though hanging and strangling seem similar, they're very different. The scars they leave would look different too.
Scars? You mean the rope burn, right?
But we believed it was from a hanging. Why would that be?
Did we fall for someone's lie?
Nein! Ah! Das war aber falsch, ne? Who's lying? Hajime, stop talking about things that don't make sense and explain it to me already. Okay.
Ibuki didn't die from hanging. She was strangled to death.
Ach!
That's basically the same thing.
Dann kann es nur von Best Girl sein.
Very different.
Best Girl.
The scars they leave would look different too.
Ich würde sagen, das auch auf Someone's Lies.
Scars? You mean the rope burn, right?
Weil Mikan hat uns ja angelogen. Auch wenn es anders aussieht.
Why would that be?
Did we fall for someone's lie?
Was? Auch falsch? Ach, come on. Wirklich jetzt?
Ibuki didn't die from hanging. She was strangled to death.
That's basically.
Dann mache ich jetzt Rope for Hanging Someone Else. Und wenn ich sterbe, ist okay.
Similar, they're very different. The scars they leave would look different too.
Scars? You mean the rope burn, right?
But we believed it was from a hanging. Why would that be?
Did we fall for someone's lie?
That must be it.
Geht doch. Das war die ganze Zeit das Truth Bullet. Egal.
So that's what happened. We've been falling for the killer's lie this whole time.
Ja, manchmal ist es... Keine Ahnung. Mein Wald vor lauter Bäume nicht oder so. Ja, ich war mir auch sicher, dass es eins von den Kopieren war, aber... Das ist wahrscheinlich zum Verwirren gewesen. Aber ich glaube, wenn man kopiert, ist es dann nicht, dann ist es quasi, wenn du etwas widersprechen willst, mit einer Aussage eine andere entkräften. Und wenn du dann aber Truth Bullet auf eine blaue Aussage schießt, dann ist das sowas wie Consistency. Dann sagst du, ja, fällt das deutsche Wort nicht ein. Ich stimme mit dir überein, genau. Ich stimme mit dir überein. Du hast recht. Und das ist die Aussage, die das halt unterstützt. Und dann ist es bei Consistency kopiert man nicht, sondern sucht sich das passende Truth Bullet aus. Das weiß ich auch nicht mehr so genau, wie das war. Aber das muss die Mechanik dahinter gewesen sein. There's something I want to ask you. There's no doubt the cause of death was being hanged by this rope, right? Yes. She had no other external injuries, so there's no doubt she died from hanging herself. I see. So Ibuki died by hanging herself.
You said Ibuki hanged herself, but that was a complete lie, wasn't it, Miko?
That is... well...
You told us the wrong cause of death. You lied, didn't you?
Schreien und weinen. Dann ist sie wieder am Bullying und dann sagen alle, Hajime, das kannst du nicht
You
machen.
should have been able to tell the difference between hanging and strangling just by looking. You, Mikon, the ultimate nurse.
Please wait! First of all, I'm not a coroner, so I don't have the medical knowledge to identify injuries like that. That's why it's not my fault if I made a mistake.
You are right. And you have been a great help to us so far.
But even a drunk medical student can notice the difference between a hanging and strangulation.
A drunk medical student.
I'm not taking her side or anything, but being clumsy and unskilled in this area could lead to a mistake.
Eine Krankenschwester.
He's totally right. I'm such a clumsy mess, and I got so careless.
Mikon nursed me till I got better. There's no way I'm gonna doubt her.
Don't you think her devotion to nursing is what helps her draw Ibuki to her death?
Huh?
And if not, her symptoms were still very serious and caused her to believe what anybody told her. It wouldn't surprise me if she willingly followed Mikon because she was nursing her.
So Mikon volunteered to nurse us? Because she was planning to do this all along?
That's a little... Aren't you like the thief who suspects everyone else of being thieves?
I'm not a criminal. Mikon is. I mean, she's a killer, you know.
You've got it all wrong. Please forgive me.
I'm sorry, but there's no way I can forgive you.
Ich finde, hier macht der Sprecher das richtig guten Job. Wenn man die helle Stimme von Makoto kennt, das ist ja der gleiche Sprecher von Makoto Naegi, finde ich schon sehr, sehr cool, wie der so diesen tiefe, raue Stimme macht mit Nagito.
I just can't forgive this crime at all.
Forgiveness or not, we still have not decided if Mikon is the killer.
I see. You guys are kind. Well, if that's the choice everyone makes, then the only thing I can do is back off, I guess. But is that really okay? Is that everyone's hope?
You're friggin' annoying! If you keep talking, I'm seriously gonna beat you up!
But I'm really not the killer. There's no way. I'm capable of killing someone.
Is that really true?
Oh.
Stop it already! That's enough!
Ja, auf die kleinen Mädchen, echt jetzt.
I can't stop.
Dancing.
I don't want to do this either. Of course I don't want to do this. But I need to do this.
Diese Antenne. Muss es.
You doubt your friends?
That's not it. I suspect them because I want to believe them.
What the hell does that mean?
I don't think belief and doubt are necessarily opposites.
Huh?
I do doubt her, but I still want to believe her. Belief lies at the heart of that conflict. 'Cause if there's no room for doubt, then there's no reason to believe, is there?
Don't say deep stuff. I don't really get it.
If you want to believe in someone, you need to overcome doubt first. Belief without doubt is simply a lie.
Fine. Do whatever you want. I won't stop you anymore.
Huh? Is that all you can say? Ah, so in the end, you're all just a bunch of bullies, huh? Justifying your actions with fancy words. Making excuses for why it's not really your fault. Everyone always treats me like that. Always. It's all her fault. She's the one with the problem. I'm done with that! You hear me? I'm done!
Hey, Mika!
It's not fair. It's not fair. 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 Why won't you forgive me? If you did something wrong, you'd forgive yourself right away. What did I do? Why won't anybody forgive me?
Is acting like this your strategy now? Wow, this is annoying. Plus, to be honest, I've run out of ideas. How can we get you to admit? That's the issue.
If we don't have any clues, why don't we have her give us some?
What?
I'm the same as Hajime. I don't want to doubt any of my friends. But still, the truth is one of us murdered two of our friends. That's why we gotta stick with this until the very end, so we can finally break these chains of despair. Hey, Mikan, can I ask you one last thing? If you're not the killer, then who fabricated that video Hajime watched?
Like I said, it obviously wasn't me.
Can you prove it?
Prove it? Wait. Do you have any proof that I'm the one who fabricated that video? That's right! Show me your proof! Because you're just assuming the video was filmed at the conference room.
Ich weiß es.
Treating me like a killer based on an assumption. Just because I was at the hospital. That's totally crazy. I didn't do anything wrong.
Weiß jetzt.
Everybody always hate me. Please, just forgive me already.
Is this broad really okay? She's emotionally unstable.
I'm not the killer. The video. I never filmed that video.
It seems she finally started arguing for us.
What?
But the only one who can find the hole in her argument is you, Hajime.
Das ist ein bisschen viel Verantwortung jetzt.
So, I'm going to leave this to you once again.
Could it be? Was this Chiaki's goal all along? She's saying everyone's fate depends on me, the only person who saw that video.
Why do you get to decide I'm the killer? Where's your proof? Please, forgive me already!
I need to make up my mind. I'm the one who has to do it. I'm the one who's going to finish this. Kommt es jetzt schon? Nee, irgendwie nicht.
I'm not the killer!
We can't think of anybody else other than you who could have filmed that video.
Do you have any proof? Is the handbag on her head the proof?
Wait,
Is the hospital gown she was wearing suspicious? Or could it be the hospital slippers she had on?
Ibuki and Mikan clearly have different body types.
Is that really your proof? You could tell her body type under the hospital gown. Just from that video. Just from that camera angle. Just from that dim candlelight. There's no way you'd be able to make out her body type. So please forgive me already!
Hajime, pay close attention and listen well. You're the only one who can point out the killer's mistake.
The killer's mistake. Und dann mache ich auch das auf das Back.
I'm not the killer!
We can't think of anybody else other than you who could have filmed that video.
Huh? Do you have any proof? Is the handbag on her head the proof?
Oh no! Didn't you say there was a person wearing a hospital gown and bag on the head in the video? I have made a mistake. Oh, please forgive me already. Doch. Nicht vergeben, Mann. Ah. Da muss ich das vielleicht doch.
We can't think of anybody else other than you.
Das Back-Dings nehmen.
Film that video.
Do you have any proof? Is the handbag on her head the proof? Is the hospital gown she was wearing suspicious? Or could it be the hospital slippers she had on?
Ibuki and Nikon clearly have different body types.
Is that really your proof? You could tell her body type under the hospital gown? Just from that video? Just from that camera angle? Just from that
Oder war das...
candlelight?
Hier war Camera Angle.
When you'd be able to make out her body type? So please forgive me already!
Hajime, pay close attention and listen well. You're the only one who can point out the killer's mistake.
I'm not the killer!
We can't think of anybody else other than you who could have filmed that video.
Huh? Do you have any proof? Is the handbag on her head the proof? Is the hospital gown she was wearing suspicious? Or could it be the hospital slippers she had on?
Ibuki and Nikon clearly have different body types.
Is that really your proof? You could tell her body type under the hospital gown? Just from that video? Just from that camera angle?
Vielleicht ist das doch das
Just from
Camera
that dim
Angle?
candlelight?
Ich weiß
When you'll
nicht.
be able to make out her body type? So please forgive me already!
Hajime,
Echt?
pay close attention and listen well. You're the
Nicht
only one
einfacher.
who can point out the killer's mistake.
Camera Angle? Killer's mistake Camera Angle?
I'm not the killer!
Mach mal, lass mich hier weg.
We can't think of anybody else other than you
Nikons Account.
who could have filmed that video.
Huh? Do you have any proof? Is the handbag on her head the proof? Is the hospital gown she was wearing suspicious?
Mir ist es auf jeden Fall.
Hospital slippers she had on.
Ibuki and Nikon clearly have different body types.
Is that really your proof? You could tell her body type under the hospital gown? Just from that video? Just from that camera angle? Just from that dim candlelight? There's no way you'd be able to make out her body type! So please forgive me already!
Hajime, pay close attention and listen well. You're the only one who can point out the killer's mistake.
Im Killer's Mistake und schieße das auf Camera Angle jetzt. Und hoffe, dass es richtig ist.
I'm not the killer!
Doch, du bist Killer.
Can't think of
Killer.
anybody else other than you who could have filmed that video.
Huh? Do you have any proof? Is the hemp bag on her head the proof? Is the hospital gown she was wearing suspicious? Or could it be the hospital slippers she had on?
Ibuki and Mikan clearly have different body types.
Is that really your proof? You could tell her body type under the hospital gown?
Nein, bleibt schnell auf.
Just from that video? Just from that camera angle?
Yeah!
Shoot through that contradiction.
Objection!
Nikon, you've committed a major mistake.
Mistake?
As I said before many times, I'm the only one who saw that video.
What's wrong with that?
But I never said anything about the camera angle.
Stimmt.
So how can you
How can you know?
say anything about the camera angle as if you saw that video yourself?
The only reason Nikon knew the camera angle Hajime had seen is because you're the person who actually filmed that video. Is that right?
This is your just reward. The more desperately you argue, the deeper you dig yourself into a hole.
Aber nach diesem Trial muss ich leider
Didn't you?
aufhören.
Are you serious? Is it true, Mikan? Did you kill Hiyoko and Ibuki?
Forgive me! Huh?
Ah? Sie ist so schizophren.
Huh? 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 I was wrong. Wrong. No, that's not it at all.
That's not it?
I mean, it's impossible.
Impossible?
You know that hemp bag Ibuki was wearing when she died? Try remembering the tote bag instead. Ding! I totally remember now.
What the heck's wrong with her? She's getting weirder by the minute.
That tote bag, isn't it the same one that girl was wearing in the video?
How do you know so much about that video?
Who cares about that? More importantly, did you know that bag is a limited item that was sold at the movie theater?
Ja.
Hajime saw it too, didn't you? You remember the Usami decal on it, right? Whoopsie! Don't worry about it. I remember even if you don't. Ta-da! There's no mistake that tote bag is a limited item. So don't you think it's impossible? Using one tote bag in both the conference room and the music venue at the same time? It's blatantly obvious that that's impossible. Don't you think? That's why that video isn't fabricated, and I'm not the killer. So you'll forgive me, right?
Taking your stubbornness this far. Such despair.
Das ist die gleiche Stimme von Genocide Jack. Ein bisschen. Aber keine Ahnung.
And you're gonna forgive me? I won't stop until you forgive me!
Long time no see. Well, not really. It's time for the third Panic Talk Action. PT. Oh nein. Jetzt kommt Rhythmus Games. This is probably going to be my last job during a class trial. Please humor me while I taint your ears one last time. Starting from this PTA, the reload and ammo features will be added. You will no longer be able to make do with just the left mouse button. Below the tempo marker, in the lower portion of the screen, the number of bullets are displayed. From this point on, you'll need one bullet to destroy one remark. When you're out of bullets, you won't be able to destroy the remarks no matter how much you mash the left mouse button. You will be able to refresh your bullets by pressing the tabulator key to reload. Just like locking on, press the tabulator key in time with the tempo marker. The controls are the same as the left mouse button. Match the tempo to marker either by pressing the tabulator key. The number of bullets refreshed is based on how well you kept the tempo. If you get the timing wrong when you press the tabulator key, bullets will not be refreshed, so please be careful. Also, your ammo will be completely refreshed and will not run out during fever time. If your difficulty level is set to gentle, you do not need to reload. I guess this was a pretty useless explanation, even though it was the last one. That should be all explanations for the class trial. Trials. The rest is up to you to overcome. You should be able to find it beyond this point. What you and I both earn from. True despair. Well then, good luck and have fun. Ich bin dagegen.
That's why that crying is impossible for anyone to pull off.
This chick, has she lost it for good?
Will you forgive me? You'll forgive me, right? Isn't that right? You're obviously gonna forgive me, right?
Nein, du kriegst eine Erziehungsschelle jetzt. At this rate, we are not getting anywhere. I gotta do something and end this. I gotta do something so I can make her admit it. Ich möchte Panic Dog Action nicht machen. Oh nein.
Still haven't forgiven me? I'll do anything you want.
What?
Please, draw on me. Do you understand?
Ja, ich hab vergessen, ich muss reloading.
Please, draw on me.
Boah, wie schnell.
Already? Forgive me! Please, draw on me. Do you understand?
Sterbe.
Forgive me already? I'll do anything you want. Can you forgive me already?
Oh Mann, ich weiß doch nicht.
You are done for! Forgive me! Forgive me! I only need...
Ich werde sterben.
You still haven't forgiven me! I'll do anything you want.
Nein.
Draw on me! Do you understand? I only need... Please,
Hey.
can you forgive me already? Forgive me! Forgive me! There's only one bag. It's impossible to use it in two places at the same time.
Ich hab's falsch. Ich kann nicht so schnell denken.
Do you understand?
Er ist so verrückt.
I'll do anything you want. There's only one bag. It's impossible to use it in two places at the same time.
Bin ich jetzt so richtig? Nein. Boah.
Can you forgive me already? I'll do anything you want. You're done for! Forgive me! Forgive me!
Hier schnell.
There's only one bag. It's impossible to use it in two places at the same time.
This is the end.
Ich kann dir keine Wörter zusammenbasteln in der Zeit.
Monokuma mentioned this earlier.
When you buy one bag, you get another one free. It's a common practice to... Nein. When you buy one bag, you get another one free. It's a common practice to pay customers with bonus prizes.
Whoever bought
sind
that
heute
bag
Kamera drauf.
received another one as a bonus prize. Which means it's not impossible to use that bag in two separate places. So please, just stop making desperate excuses.
Why?
Hi. Warum hat jetzt Monokuma verraten? Weil einfach so. Das schwer zu machen jetzt.
Why
seems her desperate struggle is finally coming to an end.
Why does everybody always hate me? You should just forget me already!
Nikon, it's already over. After I go over your crime from the beginning and show that you have no arguments left, please just admit it already. In the end, at least let me believe in you.
Yeah, stock 1. Okay. Schön, dass du da warst. Danke für die Teilnahme, für die aktive Teilnahme. Hat mich sehr gefreut. Genau, ich gehe auch gleich nach dem Trial ins Bett. Es ist schon sehr spät. Ich wünsche dir eine gute Nacht. Und, have fun. Ich hoffe, ich brauche dafür keine 10 Minuten. Ey, das mache ich fertig. Genau. Das muss wahrscheinlich dahin. Das ist Quatsch. Das ist hier. Das muss... Achso, das ist schon das Ende. Wo ist denn das Gefilmte? Okay. Wer sieht das Video? Das kann man hier noch nicht sehen. Das ist auch das. Die beiden müssen es sein. Okay. Und hier präparieren, die Sachen. Okay, ist das hier? Nein. Oh no. Oh no. Vielleicht hier? Auch nicht. Oh, 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 das wird gleich knapp. Was ist denn? Wo kommt das denn hin? The Small Clue. Ach, da sind ja auch noch Hilfen. Okay, ich nutze jetzt die Hilfen mehr. Das ist ja verrückt. Okay. Das ist Quatsch. Dann haben wir Conference Room. Genau, ach genau. Und was kommt da? The body was hidden before. Das ist auch das gleiche. Also die beiden. Achso, the body was hidden before. Klar. Okay, und dann... So, das hat er gesehen. Okay. Oh, das war ja nicht so viel.
Is the surveillance camera video that only I saw. That's why I'm going to start with that to unravel the knots of this crime. When I went to the hospital with Mikan this morning, I noticed a specific thing in the lobby. The incoming signal light on the surveillance monitor was blinking ahead of the scheduled time. When I switched on the monitor, what appeared on screen was a person wearing a hospital gown and a bag on their head about to hang themselves right at that moment. That surveillance camera unit was designed for two-way communication with the hospital and the music video. That's why I thought the signal originated from the music video, so I immediately headed over there. But that was the killer's trap. In truth, that video was recorded in a different place. The killer brought the music venue camera the night before and made their preparations in advance. And then, they filmed that video in the hospital conference room. By doing so, they tried to make me think the incident was happening in real time, when in fact, the crime had already been committed by them. The person in the footage wearing the bag was actually the killer acting as a fake. I didn't know that, so I went to the music venue and found the hanged body wearing a bag on its head. Seeing the body before me, I panicked.
Moin, Honig!
To get the rest of you guys. But that was also part of the killer's trap.
Bist zur richtigen Zeit gekommen. Die ganzen Struggles hast du gar nicht mitbekommen.
After cleaning the conference room, the killer was likely watching the music venue from outside. And, as if they were switching places with me, they went inside the music venue and began working on their last trick. First, the killer peeled off the wallpaper covering one of the stage pillars, revealing Hyoko's body. When I first arrived and saw the hanged body, I didn't notice anything strange about that pillar. I didn't expect it to be slightly larger from the wallpaper, or have Hyoko's body hidden inside. Next, the killer destroyed the surveillance camera that was used in the conference room. After destroying it, they mixed it with what was left of the surveillance monitor found at the crime scene. The surveillance camera the killer used was originally brought from the music venue, but when they brought it, they made sure to destroy its monitor beforehand. They wanted to hide the fact that the camera wasn't at the crime scene. In the end, the killer transformed the crime scene into a closed room.
Letter, Kette, Mesh.
They broke one of the drumsticks from the storage room and placed it near the music venue's entrance. However, they did this to mislead us into believing that the music venue was locked from the inside.
Ja, wie man sieht, also funktioniert jetzt nicht so optimal, wie wir das gewollt hätten, aber wie man sieht, kann man hören und ich kann spielen. Aber wir müssen alles, was mit Sound zu tun hat, bei mir neu machen. Ich habe keine Ahnung, was OBS da angestellt hat.
In actuality, the reason the music venue became a closed room was because of the glue. The killer sealed the door with glue and intentionally created a closed room that could be forced open. With that, the killer finished tampering with the crime scene and met up with Fuyuhiko. They helped us force open the music venue door, despite the fact that they personally sealed it. And they made us discover not just Ibuki's body, but Hyoko's suddenly present body as well.
Ihr dumm.
At the time, they pretended to be surprised, but inside, they were probably relieved that their plan worked out. Isn't that right, Mikan? This crime was orchestrated by you, wasn't it?
Orchestrated.
she's laughing?
Achso, OBS hatte viele Updates. Keine Ahnung, du weißt ja, ich habe sehr, sehr lange nicht mehr gestreamt. Und stimmt, das OBS hatte letztens bei mir auch ein Update. Kann sein, dass da einiges schiefgegangen ist.
It's been such a long time. This feeling, I know it well. Like the floor is collapsing. Like the sky is falling down upon you.
Das ist ja Teil 2. Das ist nicht in einer Schule, das ist auf einer Insel, was eigentlich ein Schulausflug sein sollte. Und man lebt auf so, ja, man kann auf verschiedene Inseln drauf. Die Insel, auf der man lebt, ist mit anderen Inseln verbunden. Und wenn jemand stirbt, nach jedem Kapitel öffnet sich ein Tor, dann kann man auf eine neue Insel. Und da passieren, also kann man ja auch untersuchen, da passieren dann schlimme Dinge. Jip, jip. Ich glaube, Teil 3 ist auf einer Schule. Aber es kommt erst noch. Habe ich noch nicht gespielt. Despair!
Mikon, what has happened to you?
Whoa there! Before that, a moment of your time.
It's voting time. Ich habe sehr schlecht gespielt, ich weiß. Oh, 100, 96, 80. Wird immer schlechter. Und zum Schluss 53. B, nicht A. Voll traurig. Aber immerhin 97 Coins.
It seems your arguments have reached a conclusion. So let's proceed to our regularly scheduled voting time.
Was war denn bei Teil 1? Bei Teil 1 war das die Schule. In der Schule sind die Kinder eingesperrt gewesen und konnten nicht raus. Nur derjenige, der alle umgebracht hat und nur derjenige, der als letzter überlebt, kommt raus. Oder derjenige, der jemanden umbringt. Dann werden alle sterben, wenn nicht herausgefunden wird, wer umgebracht hat. Dann sterben alle, dann geht er auch als einziger raus. Also war so ein bisschen, naja. Ja, das auf jeden Fall. Hast du so wirklich alles angeguckt von Teil 1?
Now then, please pull the lever in front of you and cast your vote.
Krass. Ja gut. Ich hoffe, das hat Spaß gemacht zu gucken. Ich versuche hier auch zwischendurch mal ein bisschen meine Stimmbänder dazu überstrapazieren oder so ähnlich. Nicht alles, aber sehr viel. Oh, not bad. Hauptsache, du hast das Ende gesehen und das Spiel hat dir gefallen. Man kann ja auch viele Stellen überspringen. So ist es ja nicht.
Who will be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? Let's go!
Let's go! Ich dachte, hä? Akane? Aber es ist Mikan. Wir haben alle für Akane gewählt.
Well now.
Now then! Nein. Now then. So, it may be obvious at this point. You got it right again! That's like 3 in a row! That's right, the true identity of the horrifying blackened who killed the girls was Mikan Suzuki!
Damn it.
You gotta be shitting me. Are you saying Mikan, the one who nursed us back to health, was the one who killed them?
I won't forgive you.
Don't joke around with me, Mikan. Did you lie to us all along? Were you planning to kill them from the start while we were nursing them?
Hey!
Don't just laugh. Say something. This is going nowhere. He's durch.
What's going on?
This chick.
Hey.
This is nothing like Peko. She actually gone mental.
That's obvious.
There's nothing we can do. She's no longer the same person. She's no longer the Mikan Tsumiki Ween. Huh?
Hey,
Based on my predictions, I have caught it too. She probably had the despair disease, which was the motive for this case.
What?
Mikan, do you say?
I
know, because I was looking at Mikan for so long. Was the one taking care of me after all. My consciousness kept drifting, but even so, when I did catch a glimpse of her, her expression was full of despair. A despair so devoid of hope that not even a single fragment of it. Ja, so lange streame ich schon. Und ich muss eigentlich schon im Bett sein, seit mindestens 2 Stunden. Hold on, did you say Mikan also had the despair disease? Then that means she was...
What?
Hajime, has something crossed your mind? Body's heavy. No, not just heavy, it's somewhat soft and really hot. That's right. Mikan felt really hot at that time. Now that I think about it, that must have been a high fever, just like what Ibukind Akane had.
It cannot be.
Then, because of the disease Mikan was...
Perhaps.
Symptoms that she surely felt must have been deserving at the name of despair disease. Losing all hope and harboring despair for all hope because of the despair disease is likely overcome with despair.
See?
That's the reason why she can still laugh in such a hopeless situation. Sie ist einfach durch.
Jeez.
Which means the Mikan standing before us is no longer the ultimate nurse. He's a completely different person now that she's infected by the despair disease.
Isn't that right?
He's a human who deserves to be called the ultimate despair. Ultimate despair? That's the reason why I cannot forgive this. I mean, healing for someone for the sake of despair instead of the sake of hope.
Possible.
There's no way I can forgive that.
Oh?
For the sake of despair? That's completely wrong.
Huh?
Wrong? Wrong. What's wrong?
What I did was for the sake of my beloved.
Beloved.
Huh? Huh?
Who are you talking about? If only they were still alive, I'd be so happy. I know.
My beloved was the only one. That's right. The only one who never hated me. They forgave my existence. They forgave me and accepted me. They gave me value. They loved me. I loved them with all my heart, and they returned it in full. This is my reciprocation.
Understand that I've done something unforgivable. But you know, to transcend all that is truly,
It's love.
it's all about.
Hey,
I don't understand what you're saying. You don't understand? Is it because you don't have anyone to love? Is it because you're also someone who isn't accepted by anyone? What a pity. I feel sorry for you. Ugh.
Well,
Even if I say this, I'm sure nobody here would understand, but love is a wonderful thing. This feeling of freedom where you no longer care about anything. My beloved and I are the only ones within that thin veil, and I'm just looking out through it. That's why, as long as I'm on the inside, no matter how much they tease me, splash me with water, kick me,
how
it's like nothing matters. I could just die. That's how little it matters. Who cares about hope or despair? It's love, only love.
could it be?
Akito, is this really the despair disease you were talking about?
this is...
It seemed that I was wrong. Not only was she affected by despair. You were half right. It's right to say that this is all thanks to that disease. Because, thanks to that disease, I was able to remember my beloved. Remember? Apparently, that's what my symptom was. What a wonderful symptom. Which means you had the remembering disease.
But
But if this means she remembered something, it ended up like this.
such despair.
Are you saying you were like this from the start? Were you like this before you even came to this island? Don't get so angry. Well, first of all, the reason I came like this, the reason I became like this wasn't my fault. It was all your fault, you know? Because it's not like I'm entirely responsible for turning out like this. I'm the person I'm today because of my human relationships. So it's everybody's fault that I turned out like this, you see? Even so, the current me was most strongly influenced by my beloved's existence. And it was also my beloved who created the me that everyone can forgive. But my beloved still forgives me and still accepts me. That is the key difference between all of you and my beloved.
Don't fuck with me!
Like I said, who the fuck are you talking about? Are you saying this is Mikan? She's the real Mikan? Mikan, please answer me. Did you really remember? You ended up like this all because you remembered? There's no way I can believe that. There's no way the person you are right now is the real Mikan. Oh, you still doubt me? Then, to prove I remember, I'll tell you all something nice. It's about that world-ender organization that you all were worrying about.
You serious?
You know? Not know, I just remembered, that's all. I knew about it all along. How that horrifying organization known as World Ender is also the organization known as the Future Foundation. The Foundation? future? That's right. That symbol on the ancient ruins door. That's right. It was the Japanese word for future. Mirai.
Hey,
Just what is the Future Foundation? What are they planning? As the name suggests, that organization is the world ender. The Future Foundation is trying to end our world. To put it simply, they are trying to claim the world for themselves.
this is bad.
What the heck? This isn't a comic book, you know? As part of the plan to end the world, the Future Foundation brought us to this island. Isn't that right, Monomi?
You
Yes. Monomi, Monokuma, they are both members of that crazy organization, aren't they? Monomi and I aren't the members.
I am Monokuma!
My existence is entirely my own.
Hey,
Don't laugh. Hey Mikan, if you really do remember, then you already know, right? You know the true identity of the traitor hiding among us. Of course I know that. Let's see. The Future Foundation, lately, that's hiding among you all is... Oh well, no one really cares about that, don't you think?
of course not.
Oh hell no! You'll find out eventually, so there's no need to be so impatient. Probably when that countdown ends. Countdown? You even know what about that?
Oh,
I don't know anything. Huh? I have a feeling that's what it is, but who cares about that, you know? I'm drowning in so much love. From the bottom of my heart, I just don't care about anyone or anything.
That is...
Mikan, is that really you? I won't believe it. There's no way I can believe you were like this all along. Because if that's true, then who's the person we've been spending time with up until now? The past. Past? The person. She didn't exist in the beginning. She's just my past self who lost her school memory. You guys consider that thing a friend?
oh,
That doesn't make me happy at all. It just fills me with despair. You guys accepted my past self, but not my present self. That
well,
applies to you all as well. Memories of people, memories of events, whatever memory it is, losing memories are.
do you understand?
Like losing your personal identity. Memory is the most important component in building a person, don't you think? Losing our memories makes us shadows of the past. Don't you think?
Hey,
I don't know what you're trying to say, but in the end, it always leads back to that story. That story about our stolen lives. Our stolen school lives.
hey,
So, it was true all along. Our memories were taken away.
damn it.
If it wasn't true, we wouldn't be suffering this much. Well, why don't you just take your sweet time and remember at your own pace? Oh, Monokuma, Is it alright for you to start now?
Yes, indeed.
Punishment time!
Punishment time!
Damn it, why? Mikan, why does it have to end like this? This is too pointless. This is too much.
Now then, I prepared a very special punishment.
For the ultimate nurse, Mikan Sumike.
So it's over. It's really... Now I can go to my beloved, who always forgives me. I can finally see them. Please forgive me, the one who's going to die with the hope of finally seeing you.
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
Bye bye, Ouchies. Ich erinnere mich an überhaupt nicht. Finished. Is it really finished? Killer who killed Ibuki Miyoda and Hiyoko Sayonji was Mikan Tsumiki. Oh wow, yeah. And she's been executed. She apparently committed her crime because she was afflicted by the despair disease. So what? What's finished? Nobody wanted it to end this way.
Let me ask.
Who was that man from earlier? Was that her true form? Or is that itself a symptom of the despair disease?
Damn it.
Doesn't matter either way. If she ended up like that just from remembering, then all along Mikan was never worth being a symbol of hope. Even if her words were influenced by the despair disease, if the disease turned her into that, if she lost herself to a simple disease, she was definitely unworthy of being a symbol of hope.
Isn't that right?
So, let's just move on. Come on, let's take all this despair and change it into hope.
Please wait.
That is impossible. I mean, I thought we were friends this whole time, but even so. Like a house of cards collapsing in an instant. In the end, our friend we thought we knew ended up showing us a completely different side of herself. Then she vanished from our sight, leaving behind only her malice towards us. And now, there's no way we can just move on or try to have a clear-cut attitude about these feelings. That's clearly impossible.
Damn it!
It would have been so much easier if she was the traitor too.
Wrong.
Too bad.
Bad. That's not the case. Mika was not the traitor.
Come on.
The traitor is still alive. As proof. See how fine Monami looks right now.
I'm not fine at all.
But the traitor died, you would be this calm, right? I mean, you're both pawns of the Future Foundation, so you guys are like 2 hearts beating as one, right?
You fiend.
What does that make you? Fiend? You did say that you are different than Monomi?
Phew.
Who cares about who I am? More important, I'm tired. Yeah. The drama just kept going and going. I didn't even have time to eat my black bean right eye during the break.
Your right eye is made out of black beans?
Hey!
Wait, now's not the time to focus on that. What are you trying to say?
Hey,
You know, isn't it said that life has its ups and downs? It's fine because downs come after ups. But if life was full of downs, wouldn't it get boring? In order to help you guys feel better, I've prepared a special event.
Special event?
Head over to the first island beach, and an old friend will be waiting there.
Old friend?
Huh?
Could it be Nekomaru?
Hey!
Is it? It isn't it? Nekomaru was safe after all?
Safe? How should I say this?
I knew it. I knew that crazy bastard Nekomaru would come back to us in the One Piece. Awesome. We're starting to see the light of hope. The light of hope? I am happy Nekomaru is returning to us, but I...
So just as I thought.
3 of our friends just died, so I honestly cannot be happy. Miss Sonia.
However,
Even so, I'm still happy. If Nekomaru is safe, I'm truly happy.
Fine.
If you're happy, you should honestly agree with open arms. Sorry. Perhaps those who have been taken from us would do the same if they still lived. Supreme Overlord of who gives a shit? That line doesn't suit you at all. I shall crush you into dust. But Yoko, can you hear us? If you are unhappy, I apologize. However, please forgive me for right now. I want to warmly welcome Nekomaru when he returns to us. You don't have to worry, Sonia. I'm sure your feelings are reaching them.
Right?
Then let's all go greet Nekomaru. Let's make it a grand event for those who have died. Huh? What the heck? Do I still have the after effects of the disease? I don't get this at all. Anna.
Alright!
Alrighty then, let's go. Yeah, you're right. Yes. I had said. Nekomaru's coming back. When we heard that, we were unable to contain our excitement as we jumped into the elevator.
Uh-oh.
Man, they just ran off without listening to what I had to say.
Unbelievable.
Jeez, they're so impatient. Didn't they learn to stick around until others have finished talking?
What does that mean?
Hey!
You're bludgeoning something again, aren't you?
No way!
I'm not bludgeoning anything. I was just trying to properly explain everything to them, including Nekomaru's body.
Huh? Nekomaru's body?
It's their fault for not sticking around until I finished talking. So if something happens because of that, I bear no responsibility.
What did you do to Nekomaru?
What's this?
What did I do? I just saved him, that's all. I mean, I didn't do that. There's no way I could have saved someone who was that close to death. I just couldn't be helped. Kann ich jetzt speichern, bitte? Und schlaf ihn? As soon as we exited the elevator, we started running. Hurry to the beach on the first island.
All right.
Let's haul ass. Nein, nein, wir speichern jetzt. Even though our minds were completely exhausted, strangely enough, our bodies felt light. Without stopping for anything, we kept right on running toward the beach on the first island. Where in the world is Nekomaru?
Hey.
Nekomaru, show yourself. We have come to pick you up. Please hurry up and come out of hiding. We raised our voices. We looked around the area. We raised our voices again. We looked around the area again. And so on and so forth. We kept looking for him. But...
Hey,
what the hell, man? He's nowhere to be found.
damn it.
Could it be... did we get false info from Anku again? And that's when it happened. We heard a familiar voice echo throughout the beach.
What happened? Were y'all looking for me?
Could it be?
That voice! With high hopes in our hearts, we turned toward the direction of the voice. And then we saw something truly unbelievable.
Huh? What the?
Yo! I've kept you waiting. Hey, what's going on? Perhaps you don't remember my face since we haven't seen each other in a while. That's pretty sad, you know? That's too much!
Who are you?
Huh? You too? What's going on? If you're messing with me, I'll stop doing it to you.
Nekomaru? Haven't you noticed it yourself?
What do you mean, noticed? Oh, you mean this body? This is nothing! The name's Nekomaru Nidai! I've been reborn in the rivers of hell!
It's Mekamaru. Die Zeit läuft ab. Nein, no.
Danganronpa.
Nurse's apron. Yes, I want. Möchte speichern und schlafen. Nein, das ist jetzt hier bitte Schluss. So. Ich wollte noch gucken auf mein Startet gleich. Guck mal, ich habe gespoilt. Ich habe schon Mika hier rausgestrichen. Oh oh. Oh oh. So viel Spoil. Warum ist eigentlich da nichts? Ah, okay, es wird nur aktuell angezeigt. Streamende. Okay, ich wünsche eine gute Nacht. Danke fürs Zusehen. Danke fürs Mitmachen. Und wir sehen uns, ich denke, spätestens nächste Woche. Ich vermute nächste Woche Mittwoch. Ich versuche jetzt regelmäßiger zu streamen. Sonst vergesse ich wieder, was ich zu tun habe. Das wird nicht einfacher. Gute Nacht. Nacht, die Honig. Bis bald. Tschu. Ich bin weg. Gute Nacht, Thunder. Doch, ich mache jetzt keine Musik mehr. Ich mache direkt aus, ne? Denn hier aus.